Hello, hello. Happy Tuesday. Welcome back to Pyanodons. We have been working on circuits. That has been the big push. Hey, Starfighter, good to see you. I'm trying to remember. I think last time we got all of this done. This is silicon wafers into the various processed forms of silicon, except one. Our daily eternal Starship launch. Yep. Yeah, I have zero expectation that it'll actually launch today. Okay. So, as far as this, we have 2 of 3 going. One of them needs antimony pulp. I do think that I have antimony, like, somewhere down here. Yeah, here we go. So we have some dependencies to get through before we get to the antimony pulp. That was kind of a surprise, how complex that processing actually is. Also, that belt goes too far, and apparently I'm missing a power line down here. Alright, well, I'll fix those when I go down there. That's fine. What else did we do last time? We made this lime factory. I don't remember why I made a big lime factory. I assume it's used for one of these things that we put on the to-do list. I honestly don't remember what it's for. But we have lots of lime now. Anyway, the to-do list starts with expand methanol and expand acetic acid. So I think that's what we're gonna do. I think right now, if I find where we're doing methanol, I think it's over here. Yeah. Right now we're running a little bit of methanol. We do make methanol available on the network, but it is only used really for acetic acid. I don't think I'm using methanol for anything else, really. Yeah, we use it for formamide, but formamide is a closed loop. And then acetic acid. Yeah, and then there's this plastic recipe, which I'm not using. And we will need it, okay, we will need it for the Dowfroth 250. That is good to know. So let's flip it to YAFC here, and let's figure out how much... Oh, this needs lime. Okay, cool. So I think what I was doing with this antimony thing was saying, what if we just fork off like a very small amount to run the antimony through this process instead of trying to do all antimony through here? Because trying to push all antimony up to antimony pulp 2 was too much. There was something in here that it would have been like a huge build to provide it all. It might have been fish oil, might have been the issue. I don't remember for sure. So I decided I wanted to get a smaller build that's really focused just on getting the antimony pulp that we need for circuits. And if we find... Yeah, we need 32 a second antimony pulp. And what I have designed here is only 10 a second. So maybe we do need this to be significantly larger. Let's just start over with antimony 2. We're just going to start back over from the beginning, bringing in a belt of antimony ore. To the grade 2. All right. So this is ultimately what this looks like if we want to do all of our antimony this way. Given how much of it needs to go to antimony pulp, I'm kind of feeling like this is what we need to do. Like, we're not saving a lot by trying to keep these other intermediates small. And that does mean that we're gonna need to push for a lot of fish oil and potentially a lot of lead acetate, but we'll worry about that when we get to it. So fish oil. No. From rendering fish is 1.1 fish a second. And if we use fish, well, we want to use fish 2 for everything, right? 7.5 fish farms. How many fish farms do I have? I know I went through all this last time, but then I had decided to make the build smaller, and now I've decided to make it bigger again, so we're revisiting. All right, I currently have 10 fish farms. And, okay, so we can handle the fish oil. Was it the Dow froth that I was worried about making too much of then? It's either the lead acetate or the Dow froth. Those are kind of the... ethylene glycol, which is going to use slaked lime. Chloroethanol, which needs ethylene, and which needs ethylene chlorohydrin. Oh, silver was my limiting factor. Now I remember. All right, the brain cells are firing again. And then ethylene. Both of these production methods are kind of awful. We probably will put both of them in. I'm not sure which one I want to be the higher priority. But hopefully we make enough iron oxide. Yeah, it's only a little bit of iron oxide. Surely we're making enough iron oxide around the base for that. And if we're not, we can make more. And then methane is, of course, moondrops. Yeah, and this is where we might want Moondrop Mark IIs. So all that is fine. We need pure sand. We need lime. The lead acetate is going to need some acetic acid. And we also need acetic acid in unified chips for zinc acetate, which is 0.84 per second. Sure. This page is turning into more of a unified page than I had meant it to, but that's all right. Our outputs are going to be zinc acetate. That way we can see how much acetic acid we need. Yeah, 9 machines worth. and then how much methanol we need. So this thinks that I should use this recipe, that this is somehow the cheapest recipe from light oil processing stage 2. 1, do I have that tech yet? I do. Oh, and this also gives me a new stripped distillates recipe. Okay, okay. Maybe we do want to do this then. Maybe we want to redo methanol instead of making it from what we're doing here. Because if we can do this from stripped distillates, which we get here, medium distillates, which we get from well, this thing. But that's processing 300 crude oil a second, which is like 2 oil patches worth. Or like 400 bitumen a second, which is way too much. All right, if we do try to do this from oil processing, condensates are, as always, awful. We just kind of need to do the refined natural gas to condensates loop. It is what it is. Naphtha will be an output, BTX will be an output, tailings will be an output. High distillates basically are only naphtha. And condensed distillates, which become gasoline and petroleum. And then low distillates, I think right now we mostly turn them into BTX. I don't know if that's the best option. The other option is coal gas, which is syngas, right? Like that's... Maybe that's the better thing, is to turn them into coal gas and syngas. But then we have a tar output. BTX, because we can do BTX to, oh, we're going to need some of that for ethylene, right? So having more BTX around is not a bad thing, because BTX is ethylene. And if I go into... What did I decide on here? Oh, I'm doing this from methane gas, right? But we could skip that. And we can do it from BTX instead. Something like that. So that means, I mean, this currently says methanol, but really, I think we want to make the methanol a separate process from all of this oil refining. This oil refining will be its own thing. Ooh, that's not what I meant to do. Yeah. This actually brings in gasoline, which is okay. We have plenty of gasoline. We don't need it for fuel. Steam, water. And then we have steam that gets cooled. And we void the 100-degree water. What are our outputs? Oh, we still have residual mixture as part of this. So we do need to get rid of that. Forget which way we're doing it right now. I think this is what we're doing, which makes a whole bunch of coke oven gas. The other option is through residual oil, which goes to, back to residual mixture. That needs chromite sand. I think we just want to do this. Skip the chromite sand. Outputs a bunch of coke. Outputs coke oven gas. That's fine. That goes off into where we're using coke oven gas already. All right. Ugh. Okay, so we need to set up a whole bunch more oil processing before we can really get... I think we could do our methanol the way we're doing it right now. And maybe that is the better choice. Like, if we just get rid of all of this, get rid of this, and we do methanol from methane. Oh, wait a second. What is that? This is a different recipe than what I'm using, isn't it? What do I have over here? Yeah, this is using methane and tin chromium alloy as opposed to... Yeah, this one. Currently 465. Okay, this is a better recipe than this copper plate and titanium tetrachloride, apparently. It's also more methane efficient. Methane is free, to be clear, because it comes from... Yeah, this is the one we want to use. Okay. And then if we make a nested table for that, for this 100 methane... Let's use fertilizer, so it's not actually free, but nearly free. Yeah, there we go. And then... The problem is Moondrop 2s need soil and hydrogen, so I always hate to use those just to make seeds. 25 of them just for seeds. Maybe we should do a centralized Moondrop seed build and rip out our Moondrop seed production everywhere we're doing them. That's an option. Because, like, I've been trying to do self-contained Moondrops everywhere. And you could see I've got these kind of scattered throughout the base, but, like... This is just trying to bring in enough seeds to run, like, 5 of these guys. And over here, we have enough seeds to run 3 of them. A lot of these are making methane, too. So maybe more than central Moondrop seeds, maybe what we really need is central methane. Oh, and this isn't running. Interesting. What is this supposed to be making? Formaldehyde. Oh, I probably knew that this wasn't running at some point, and then I forgot. Although, why do I bring in... What am I Oh, that's oxygen, not CO2. I was like, why am I bringing in CO2 just to also have Moondrops making it? All right, so if we wanted to make a big methanol factory, this is what it would look like. So we'd want like 6 methanol reactors and then everything that we need Moondrop-wise to support that. Oh, that's the wrong water recipe. Let's not do that one. Let's do this one. And then like here, do we want to save space and try to use Moondrop 2s or even 3s? What about just 2s? Yeah, that's fine. If this is a dedicated build for methanol, then bringing in hydrogen isn't bad, and soil is an on-site thing anyway. All right, so let's transplant this to a new tab, and let's kind of decide on a scale for it. And then what we'll do, if we go back to the game and look at our current methanol up here, we're bringing in the hot air that's used to make the methanol. We'll change that to bringing in just the hot air for or to bringing in the methanol for the acetic, and this will turn into just like a bigger acetic acid build. And a bunch of the stuff that's needed for methanol production will get moved elsewhere. It's kind of what I'm thinking. So if we nested table here, this is going to be Moondrop CO2. Yeah, 5. That's not too bad. Especially since we already have Moondrop greenhouses up here that we're doing methane stuff. So that's what we will do. We will do... So I think these are a 2-to-1. So I think this will actually be like 5 and 10 of these. And then we'll have to figure out the ratios here. They are not quite ratioed, the methane and the methanol, when you're using Moondrops for it. All right, let's just make a tab for this. We're going to make methanol. We're going to make it from methane using this recipe. What if we say we just want like 8 of these? Oh yeah, there we go. That's a nice round number per second. I like that. So methane from... We do non-fertilizer Moondrops. Yeah, that's way too many. Let's do fertilizer Moondrops then. Yeah. 8 into third machines. I like that. And then Moondrop seeds. That's in a normal nursery. That's fine. And then the question is, I think we can do Moondrop 2s. I think we have enough hydrogen floating around the base for that. And that's only 14. We'll do soil. We'll do water. That is a lot of hot air that this pulls through, but I think that's okay. I think hot air demand is actually been blocking some stuff. I'm not sure about that. Something was weird with our hot air. Let's look at that, actually. Hot air is almost out because we're not bringing in enough. Ooh, okay. And we're not bringing that in because... Not that one. because this isn't really running. And this is not running because I'm going to assume something is backed up. What's backed up? Naphtha. Oh, BTX. Okay. And this is where maybe the thing we should be thinking about is how can we use our BTX as part of these processes that we need. And I guess BTX to ethylene is one of the things we were talking about for that, right? Because we need ethylene glycol, and that'll pull in some amount of ethylene per second. Okay. So that's fine. We're not going to get the methanol running without hot air. Like, this is going to take a lot of hot air. So instead of building this one first, I think we should work on... Let's work on ethylene. Just converting a bunch of BTX into ethylene, because that'll run... much more smoothly. So 2 boilers, a coal power plant, and 2 multi-purpose crackers. This will be a pretty small build. Jeez, we're already half an hour into the stream, and I haven't started anything yet. We've just been staring at Yafsi the whole time. All right, that's our buildings. I guess we may as well keep going over this way. This seems like a fine area to keep building for a little while. There may be other ways that we want to make ethylene, like, moving forward, and we'll have to decide what our sort of, you know, priority is between the different options. But this will at least get us some of it to get started. And again, it'll get our bitumen processing running again, which is a necessary thing. All right, so input-wise, we have... Okay, so this is 3 stations in total. So we're just going to do like that. Oh, I can make sulfur mines. Interesting. All right, it's sulfur and hydrogen peroxide. And peroxide needs the anthraquinone, and that's vanadium pentoxide. Okay. I was just thinking, like, oh, how hard would it be to get, like, heaps and heaps of sulfuric acid just from this sulfur mine? And the answer seems to be not super hard, but also not super easy. All right, what are we bringing in here for ethylene? Oh, it's only one fluid. Never mind. All we bring in is BTX. Okay. All right, that'll be BTX. And then here, we need Nexilate plates and coke. Both in fairly low quantities. All right, so we're going to have 2 of these multi-purpose crackers. How do we want to do that? Let's just drop these in. Okay, so they pass heat through themselves, which is great, because that could have been so much worse. And then we're going to have coal power plant, I think. I mean, I could do it just like here. I don't really want to do... Well, maybe. If I do that there, and then I do these guys like here, except pull the whole thing over. And then that gets fuel in. We need a solid pickup here. This will be for ash. What did I... Oh, no. There we go. Would this work here? No, the rail's in the way. Okay. And then for these guys, they're going to need the Nexilate plates. Yeah, only a small amount of them, which is great. Bop, bop. Our output will be right through here. And then we gotta have our inputs. That'll do. All right. Now we just got to bring in the BTX and finish bringing out the ethylene. What temperature does this need? Doesn't say. Oh, there it is. 750. All right. And fluid pickup right here with this output. All right, so that should be ethylene. Let's find that on the to-do list. I didn't have that as a separate item on the to-do list. Okay. But the reason we did this first is that we needed to clean up... we wanted to get this running again. And unfortunately, we did not pull BTX from here. We pulled it from somewhere else. We're making BTX. Which isn't great. Nope, there we go, and we're up to temperature. Beautiful. All right, so that's making ethylene. Great. I'm gonna call that done in YAFC. I'm looking through my methanol recipes in YAFC, and I'm not seeing anything that's jumping out to me as, like... So we do this for fuel, right? And we could not. We could not. We could just burn BTX instead of making benzene. We can do BTX to methane, just like we're doing here, BTX to ethylene. And maybe we make that as like a secondary BTX sink, is like BTX to benzene to methane, and then we put methane on rails. But then, like, all the places we're making methane right now are all set up to, like, make methane on site, right? We're doing all of these little blobs of methane production. And we can definitely migrate all of this over to doing centralized methane and getting deliveries, like... And maybe that's what we should do. That's a big refactor, but I'm becoming increasingly convinced of it. And that way, we can do... Well, one, we can do this BTX to methane as like a BTX sink. But then also, like, if we look at other ways of making methane... well, we can use the better recipes that, like, work better when they're more centralized, right? But then if there's anything else that we need to be doing to, like... Are we gonna have gas bladders that we can't get rid of? Maybe. They do decay. But, like, maybe we would want to just turn them into something. I don't know. So I think centralizing methane is what needs to happen. So we need to do then basically 2 builds, right? We're going to have a BTX to methane, which is going to be like a low priority BTX consumer and a high priority methane outputter. And that will be basically a BTX sink. And then we'll also have a really big field of methane from plants. So, that being the case, do I want to try to hook up that BTX to methane build here? Or do I want to do that elsewhere? I'm not sure. What I am going to do is we're going to start finding all the places where we make methane. Like here. And we're going to start turning them off and adding methane requests nearby. So all of this infra goes away. This goes away. All of this water is just for moondrops? Yes. You no longer request fertilizer. I'm going to end up with a bunch of moondrop stuff in my inventory, and that's okay. All right, and this is going to stink. Let's get rid of the request. Let's... pump all the hot air out. Oh, and actually, this one doesn't need to have a methane request at all. This needs a methanol request, because this is going to get rebuilt to make purely the acetic acid here. That is fine. I really should also, and this is probably an even bigger thing, like... all the places that I'm making CO2 on site. I try to only make CO2 on site for like smaller quantities, and I do have CO2 that goes on rails for bigger things. But I should also move away from doing this and get a better centralized like CO2 setup going. It's nice when things are self-contained, and for builds that are self-contained and don't have other fluid inputs, I think it's great. Otherwise... so yeah, this is going to have 2 fluids in. They're going to be methanol and carbon dioxide. This hot air, I don't even know what I'm going to do with it. I might just void it. Acetic will be our final output. This is no longer a train station. This will use up its methanol. Try to pump as much of it in this direction as possible. Yeah, there's still a bunch in here. That's fine. All right. And then this will request methanol. And it will request carbon dioxide. All right, so all that stuff is good. I think the only things... Oh, here, we also need to get rid of... What do you need? You use chromium. You use... Oh, you make the tin chromium alloy. Okay. So it's going to be tin that we don't need anymore. Ooh. Actually, you know what? Let's do the tin in there, because I know the tin can make it to other things. Let's actually leave this pipe that's currently mostly hot air. I'm just going to void this hot air here. I don't think there's any reason to actually try to keep it around. All right, so that'll be CO2 in. Yep. So that'll keep this thing running off of the methanol that it has for now. Expanding this is... Actually, I should figure out how I'm expanding this. How big does this actually need to become? All right, we need like 10 of these things in the final acetic acid build. Okay. Let's reorganize then. Get rid of this tin as well. All right, so if we're going to have like 10 of these, making acetic... Yeah, this is kind of awful. And actually, maybe I want to rotate this whole thing, now that I'm thinking about it. Yeah, that is better. Okay, so let's get rid of all of this plumbing down here. For... All right, so that's 10 of them. We're going to take all of that, and we're going to line this up. I don't know. There. What is... Oh, this was a fuel station for where we were making tin chromium alloy on site. Okay, this whole thing goes away. Let's, yeah, you... Okay, we're getting there. And, of course, I kind of screwed that up. Okay. That's fine. This doesn't have to be all the way out. We can pull it in to, like, there. Okay. And power. Each of these uses 0.25 a second, so that's 2.5 per second. So I am just going to throw out 2 of these guys. All right. So this thing, again, it'll keep running off of however much methanol is still left in this system. And eventually this will empty and I can delete what's left down here. I guess I can delete some of the rail infrastructure. All right. So yeah, this is now just a beautiful little build for acetic acid. And that was only one of our who knows how many places that we're going to have to tear down where we're making methane central. Where's the next one? I think the rest of them are all kind of down here. Yeah, these 2 are in the base. Okay, so there's only 2 more. And they are way at the bottom. So let's head down there. Get those torn up too. And then we'll find a good spot to do a big central methane build. And then once we have that, we can do our big methane to methanol build. We did expand acetic, though. All right. Methane, there was one over this way. Yeah. Ooh, and this one's even using hydrogen and soil, and oof, what a mess. Tear all this down. Let's stop requesting fertilizer. Where is this hydrogen coming from? All right, this does make hydrogen as a byproduct and provide it. So we can pull all of this out. Ooh, inventory full. Okay. Let's go ahead. Let's find a deposit here. We'll pull a bunch of this stuff back out of this when we're done. But for now, it's just a place to stash all of these moondrop bits while we're and then we'll build a nice big centralized moondrop methane, and we'll build a BTX conversion methane plant as well. All right, ad break is coming up. I've got another place to tear down moondrops over here, I think it was. And when we come back from the ad, we can figure out what our next steps are gonna be as far as where we want to build the methane moondrops and how we want to well, really do all of our methane-related stuff. So I will see folks after the break. Let's see. We'll get rid of that request for now, and we're going to do this old thing where I pump it out, and then I can pump it back in once I've repositioned it. All right, there we go. That's emptied. All right. Now, where do I want to do the actual build for all of this? Guess I could do it like right up here. I had a big empty spot. The other question is, how much methane do we need to make? 16 plus 10 is 26. We have 29 moondrop machines that we picked up. 17 plus 11 is 28. $18 plus 11 is 29. Okay. All right, welcome back. Thanks for sticking around through the ad break. I was just figuring out, we picked up 29 moondrop greenhouses. So I was just going to put them all back down, basically making methane, and see what we came up with. And this is what I came up with. Which is, you know, whatever. I'll design this so that it can be, well, we don't actually have to design it to be more expandable, right? We just need to, at some point, switch it over to, like, Moondrop Mark IIs. And it'll just double in production whenever we get around to making Moondrop Mark IIs. So if we're running low on methane, we can always double this. But remember that this is going to be augmented with our BTX to methane BTX sync as well. And then, of course, we need soil and water. Yeah. So that will be, this will be the build. And this isn't actually, like, too huge. This is a whole 1.2 moondrops a second, right? I guess if I wanted to, we could do moondrop 3s. Oh, yeah, and that gets us, like, 26. 11 plus 18, that's 29. And that makes even more methane. We do have to bring in biomass and fertilizer and ash, but this is a central build, right? So we may as well do it centrally. 10 to 17.5. What about, does 10 line up nicely with 16? Not really. I was like, 10 to 16 is a better recipe than, or a better ratio than 11 to 17 and a half. So maybe we do this. That's 26. No, we'll do this. We'll use all 29 of them that we have, right? We check the shopping list. Yeah, 29 Moondrop nurseries, 4 botanical nurseries. I'm only holding 3. We need 1 more. 2 soil extractors, heaps of Moondrops. And then upgrading this to Moondrop Mark IIs will be fine. So that is what we will build. And if we come over, let's get rid of the soil that's in our inventory for one thing. That's just garbage. In here, how many moondrops did we need again? Shopping list says 464. 50. All right. That's 500 moondrops. And then I'll grab the seeds. We'll try to bootstrap it with whatever seeds we can. And then I don't know what I'm going to do with the fertilizer and the rest of these moondrops. That will be another trip to another... But this should be enough moondrops for us to build. We need 1 more nursery, which I cannot make. It doesn't look. Yeah. Let's swing by. Where do I need to be? Here. Let's swing by the base and grab that 1 more botanical nursery. Mostly because the base is on the way. And then we'll, I We'll get the moondrops built for the methane build. And once we have methane going, we can... So somewhere over here should be nurseries. And the bots are going to be... What are they doing? They're bringing me some things. They're clearing out other things. I don't think I need any of that stuff urgently, so I'm not going to worry about it. And I think up here, because we've got some relatively clear land, I still need to pave all of these new areas that I have been expanding into. Uh-oh. That sulfur mine is going to be right in the way, isn't it? All right. Cool. And that's room for normal train shenanigans through that part. Just means that this whole region can only hold a few stations, not all 6 that it would normally be able to, because that's a weird spot. All right, and then we're going to have solid drop-off station to start. What do we need to request here? Ash, fertilizer, and biomass. Okay. And then let's do, oh, I don't know. Let's do ash and biomass onto one belt. Did I bring up fertilizer? I didn't. It's all down at the bottom still. That's okay. All right, so that'll be ash and biomass. And then we have 4.6. So that still fits within half a belt of fertilizer. Except this one will be split. We'll join with... do I want to do it that way? Do I like that? Or do I want to do it... So this line out here, this is fertilizer that goes to the greenhouses that actually make methane. And I guess I want that to be a split belt too, right? Because coming up here is going to be seeds off of our 4 botanical nurseries. Okay. So let's do that. 4 botanical nurseries. Nope. 1, 2, 3, 4. Making moondrop seeds. And then we need to actually split that. How much do these output in total? 1.4, 1.8, 1.94. Call it 2. Okay. So we do need to do a little, like, one of these here. And if that's about 2 items a second out, then that's just... And input is here. Okay. Input priority right. Each of these pulls in just 1 per second of moondrops. All right, so that is the moondrop seeds there. Off to... Oh, but these also need moondrop seeds in. Okay. Let's pull you down 1. Yeah, okay, I like that. Oop, train is... where? Oh. There we go. Now that should unstick the train, I hope. Okay. So we've got these guys here, going up here. I guess I should do priority like that. That way it'll always make sure that it can make the moondrops that we need to make the seeds before it sends anything off to methane. Sure. And then methane. Does this reach across here? Yes, it does. Okay. Love it. Do I love it? Or would I rather do them like this? And then we have the methane output here and here. Yeah, I think I like that better. Okay. So, 1. And also, I can't count. This is 10. I need 18. So we need all of these ones again. Okay. Yeah, water on the inside coming in. Methane on the outside. We can link the water together at this end like that. What do these need to bring in? 0.6 items in total. All right, so we'll just do like that. And then we need power. Woohoo. And does this reach? It does reach. Okay. So that just needs water coming in, and then we'll have the methane coming out. If I do a fluid pickup, like right at the end, is that gonna be a problem? No, it's not. Love it when stuff works. Okay. And then we'll actually do this to this end here. And I want this to be... No, this is just a normal priority methane station. We don't need it to be marked as explicitly low priority or anything like that. Okay. And I still didn't hook up water. So that just leaves the... How many of them do we need? 11 Moondrop greenhouses that are going to make Moondrops for this thing. That get turned into seeds. Those, I think, are all going to be in a row. Making Moondrop. Oh, do I not have that recipe yet? Yeah, Moondrop 3's a little further down. Okay. So we'll have to use the Moondrop 2 recipe for now. But we'll build all this so that we can upgrade to the Moondrop 3 recipe. That's fine. Not worried about that in the slightest. All right. So one of these belts is seeds and fertilizer. Another one is ash and biomass. All right. So, yeah, our inputs are all in low quantities. There's a way to show... Yeah, here we go. So if we check YAFC here, it's a total of 7 items a second across 11 Moondrop greenhouses. So that is only... It's a very small amount of input, is what it is. Slightly more than a yellow inserter. So, but we have 2 paths in, yeah. So we'll do a yellow and a red, and that should be plenty. All right. And then unfortunately, the water and the hydrogen are just opposite each other. They're not like, or sorry, they're 90 degrees. They're not opposite each other, which is really annoying as far as laying this out goes. So that's going to be kind of our unit of assembly. And we need, yeah, this says 11. That's fine. We're going to have an output as well. And then actually we're going to have one more input, which is the soil, and that'll come along the top here. Okay, so I should be able to take this whole thing, and not yet. Okay, now I should be able to take this whole thing, plop down. Why are we building or not building these? Oh, I'm out of landfill. Okay, that's fine. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Calls for 11, so the end just gets chopped off there. Okay. So that's all fine. We're going to need to hook up, well... Oh, shoot. I didn't do the top the way I needed to do it, did I? Because this needs to be the same as down below with kind of a... yeah... Bonk. And bonk. So I need to hook up the soil still, water to this whole thing, of course. Let's do that while I'm thinking about it. Seeds, which... well, okay. And hydrogen. Let's get the request station for hydrogen figured out. And there. That'll be hydrogen in. Okay, so I need a bunch of landfill. And I need to hook up soil. Oh, and I need to figure out lanes for all of this stuff. Because this is going to be coming out on 2 lanes, but this is coming in just on the 1 lane. And that's what I want. So I think I want to do like that. There we go. And that'll make sure that both of these are coming in just on 1 lane for the moon drops, and that'll ensure that our priorities work right and this can't jam up. And then when we're able to upgrade this to the new recipe, it'll have all the right inputs for that recipe. So here's the question, why aren't we getting fertilizer? We have no fertilizer. We have no fertilizer because we have no bio-crud. Oh. What? There's... Yeah, there's no bio-crud. Huh. Uh-oh. Getting this error again, which I don't like. I never did figure out what caused that. Okay, so let's swing by the mall. Let's grab... Oh, no, let's do this first. Let's get our... How much do we need? 2 soil washers? Okay, well, I have 1. Yeah, we need to get landfill, and we're going to need a couple of other things. We're going to need 1... No, I got the nursery. So we just need a soil extractor. And that ought to be enough, other than the fact that we have no... We have no bio-crud, so we have no fertilizer. I might need to make a dedicated bio-crud producer. I do that in a couple of places already. It's part of my power plant setup. So, like, I can do that if I have to. But it's far from ideal. Right? But I guess a lot of our bio-crud before was coming from spoiling lard. And that's just not a thing anymore. trying to think of where else, like, does biocrud happen? It can happen a little bit as part of glass production. Anywhere we make agar can have biocrud. But, yeah, and see, we have a little bit trickling through. There's actually quite a bit in here. Not enough for a train load, though. And we can see, you know, other places we make a little bit of agar where biocrud can happen. You know, here... And, like, there is a lot of... There's a lot of biocrud around the base. It's just not where I need it to be, right? None of it is backed up to the point where it's gonna satisfy a rail delivery. And that is kind of a... Ooh. Oh no, this is intentional. This is exactly what I do in my power plants. Okay, so this is biocrud on purpose. And then here, yeah, again, there's just not going to be enough for delivery. Okay. And there's other stuff that spoils other than agar into biocrud, but that's the easiest one to sort of check. What is... Oh, it's agar in the station name. Oh. All right. Cool. Yeah, up here, again, same thing. There might be some, but not a significant amount. Yeah. Okay, that means I've got to do a biocrud build. Lovely. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Oh, nope, other way around. I mean, if we just do... Especially if we use seaweed... Oh, we can use seaweed 3 now, because we have lime. I mean, that's still a huge amount of... Maybe we don't need to make this much biocrud. But... Oh, and this recipe needs fertilizer, so that's a loop. But... Oh, what a pain. Alright, I'm not sure. This is what I default to when I need to make biocrud, is agar spoiling, but there's a better option. I mean, cellulose spoiling is an option too. And I don't necessarily have to do a full belt of biocrud either, right? If I just want enough to keep fertilizer running, you know, each of these is only 0.4, 0.4, 0.4, 0.4. Okay, so we only need like 2 a second, which is still a big build, to be clear. So let's nested table there and there. Set fixed production amount to 2. And then we can play with other options. I mean, there aren't really other options, are there? There's this thing. Which, no, uses more biocrud than it produces. All right, that's not useful. There is... Yeah, I mean, really, those are kind of the two options then. Cellulose and agar. If we use... comparably sized builds in the grand scheme of things. Gotta do, yes, slaked lime on site. This does have a lot more, like... How much CO2 is that? If I do this with, like, moondrops, yeah, that's fine. Less than a greenhouse, we just do it on site. So this does have more inputs, but it's a slightly smaller build. But, like, ultimately, I don't necessarily care about the size of the build. So I think... Cellulose. If we want to make a little biocrud build, this is the build. Alright, well... Fortunately, cellulose spoils quite quickly. So... What do we need? 20 soil extractors, 20 furnaces, 3 wood processing units. Alright. Let's make a little biocrud build. Oh, Ella Rabley 55. Hi, first time chatter. I'm sorry I missed you. I was deep in thought. And I'm sorry again because I just bonked my volume knob. Okay, so we need 21 soil extractors because we need one also back where we're doing methane. We need 20 high-pressure furnaces. We need 3 wood processing units. Are we up to 14 of our 21 high-pressure furnaces? All right. Oh. They're charging, and then we should be good. All right, we're good. How am I on landfill? We got 1,000 of that. Okay. All of our basic stuff should have been refilled while we were poking around in YAFC, but it's always good to double check. So first things first, let's go finish the methane build up here. And then I will... All right. So that'll be soil in for these guys. Oh, and they're not getting water in. Did I mess that up? Oh, I did. There we go. Those guys are going to start making moondrops. Those guys will cycle the seeds, which are prioritized back this way. So that's going to be the... don't need that in my inventory. I'm not sure what that's from. Don't need that. Fertilizer, I guess, goes in there. Okay. So yeah, these are going to cycle the seeds through, and that has to back up before they'll start going over to the methane, which is fine because we still don't have fertilizer. Make sure our signals all look good over here. A couple more that we missed. I don't think those ones are important, but that's all right. We'll get them in. And I think what I need to do is put down a couple more radars because we are outside of radar coverage. All right, that'll go there, and we'll get it hooked up to someplace. But I know that I'm going to be adding more parts to the rails right here first, so not going to... I'm not going to drag all the power for that other radar yet, just because I know that I'm going to be putting down power lines in new places. Now I think we can, yeah, hook up this other one. Okay, so if this is going to be BioCrud, this isn't too bad, honestly. Just do it down here. We have the space for it. Are these guys the same width? They are. So they're going to have in and out. And then pretty much the opposite, in and an out. Whole thing needs to be up one more. We're going to have... Oh, no, I was right the first time. All right, so this will be the wood in, and this one will be the cellulose out, and we need 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20 of them. Okay. Wood in is 3 wood processing units, which makes how much wood? 14 wood a second. Okay. That is a slightly annoying amount, actually. We're gonna have one here. We're gonna have one here. We're gonna have one here. Sort of. One here. I don't love that. I guess I could switch to 4 of them, and then they're just balanced on either side of the belt. And then just the 4th one will always be running at not quite full power. I'm okay with that plan. And this needs to be like here. Each of these pulls in 1 log a second. All right. And these guys... Yeah, all their inputs are on the inside. So I think it's just... there. I think it's just copy and paste. That and that. We will have a solid in here for logs. All right, that is logs in. These are all going to need water still. And make sure our input belt is the bottom one. The output belt is here. We will do a solid pickup here. This whole thing makes a whopping 2 biocrud per second. Woohoo. So that is fine. And I guess it just needs water. All right. So that'll get wood delivered. This is all still not powered. Let's get the power in. That would be useful. Oh, yep. That would be even more useful. Oh, this isn't right. This is not quite right. That's okay. What we need is... Actually, I'll use stack inserters for the transfer. We need a spot for the cellulose to fully spoil into biocrud. So we want to put a biocrud filter here. And then we'll bring in those. All right. And that is a big old plant of cellulose that's just getting turned into biocrud. Here's a question that I should have asked myself but didn't. If we do biocrud into fertilizer, fertilizer into... Oh, I'm not even using fertilizer for logs right now, but if I did have fertilizer to logs... Okay, yes, this would be both fertilizer and log positive. That's what I was double checking. Sweet. I wanted to make sure we weren't going to be using, you know, biocrud to fertilizer to logs and just have this whole thing be a colossal waste of time, right? But I think we're good. And that'll be enough to run all of our fertilizer needs. I don't think there's much else in the base that directly requests biocrud. So obviously, yeah, cellulose takes 10 minutes to spoil, I think, give or take. So this will take a while before the fertilizer turns on. Oh, and we have a train that can't leave. But that'll get the fertilizer turned on, which will in turn eventually get the methane turned back on. Ugh. This is so broken. Shoot. Because this needs to be filtered. I thought I had this done already. To moondrops. Not the seeds. Oh, what a mess. What a mess, what a mess, what a mess. All right, let's just grab a little shed here and a blue inserter. And that can just pull through until this is only seeds. Is what we want to see, I think. So that needs to pull through until it's pulled through its last moon drop. And then I'll have to move some of the moon drop seeds and stuff around afterwards. stack of logs I can drop off over here, though. Oh, and we do have an ad break starting in a few seconds. I do run just one ad break an hour, just long enough to keep pre-roll ads turned off. So I'm going to stretch my legs and get a little bit more water during the break. I recommend everyone else do the same. Take care of yourselves as a human. And I will see y'all in just a few minutes when the ad is over. Whoops, there we go. Welcome back, everybody. So before the break, we got this new big methane build set up, which is not quite ready to go yet. It is currently waiting on fertilizer. We set up a thing for fertilizer. All of this is on our critical path towards having enough methanol and enough acetic acid for red circuit production. So those are going to be our ultimate goals here. Waiting for this to kind of finish. Yeah, pretty much done. There we go. Cool. And in here, ash, fertilizer, apparently not biomass. I didn't pick any up. Okay. So it's going to take a little while for all of this stuff to turn on. Like, this has to all finish decaying before we can even get a train load of biocrud over to fertilizer. And then that'll give us a train load of fertilizer back to here. This looks like it's doing what I want now. It's prioritizing the moondrops that loop around over the moondrops from here, which is good. And hopefully I didn't put so many in here that it blocks up the loop, but I don't think it's going to. I think it'll start looping again soon. Yeah, we're good. Okay. So the next step then, I think, is the... Well, we have two next steps. One is we should do our BTX here. I'll add it actually to the top of the list. BTX sync to methane. That's our other methane source that we're going to use for our methanol processing. Is that. So we already have right here this BTX syncing to ethylene. And this is like a primary ethylene production thing. But we also do want to potentially turn BTX into methane at the same plant. So I'm going to grab a couple more of those multi-purpose crackers. And we will... I'll do it basically in the same place because we already have heat there. We already have the Nexilid in. It's basically the same build. But we'll have a BTX. We'll have it set up as a void. Where am I? Oh, I went too far this way. We'll have it set up as a BTX void. And we'll... I guess this will be the first time I have two different voids that need to have different priorities, right? Because we're doing BTX to benzene down here, which I just so happened to put next to something else that's going on down here. But like, oh no, BTX to benzene is... just a normal thing that I do. Okay, this needs to change. Cool. I need to set this up. This should be a void. So we'll put this on the V network. And then I actually want this to be the lower priority than... up here. So up here, when we do BTX to methane, that'll also be a void, but that'll be like priority 0. Down here, this BTX to methane is lower priority, and that will be, or sorry, BTX to benzene is lower priority. And what that means is that like benzene as a fuel source will only be produced sometimes. But that's okay, because our liquid fuel situation is sufficient. You can see all of our inputs here. We have plenty of everything. So like if we don't make much benzene, that's okay. So with that being said, what else do I need? If I want to turn... I need to add void logic to where we're making the BTX. Which is a couple of decider combinators. It's like 5 of them or something. It's a big-ish chunk of... Let me find a place I have the void logic and we can copy it. Down here? Oh no, this void logic is easy. Sorry, I was thinking of something else. Alright, so yeah. We'll head over first to where we make the BTX down here. And we'll add the void logic to here. And then once that is done, we can go set up the benzene. No, benzene's already made. Methane, BTX to methane. Think right down here is where we want to be. Yeah. Oh. Input. There we go. Cool. So that is set to be able to void now. So let's head up there. And we will set up BTX to methane as a high priority methane source. And after this, we should be able to do the methanol build itself. For the acetic acid, I reconfigured it. But we're still, oh, and it's still running. Excellent. We'll need more of these methanol reactors. Like 8 more there. So whatever we need for making methanol, plus 8 more to actually finish the acetic acid build. Alright, so what we're gonna do is... we're gonna move this ethylene belt. Gonna do methane. Guess I didn't really need to do anything different here, did I? Okay. Now I just need to figure out how I want to actually get the ethylene out separate from the methane here. Oh, and actually, these need to have different BTX inputs as well. Sorry. I knew that, and then I did it wrong. And the reason for that is that they're different priorities and they're being delivered on different networks. So we're going to have the BTX in for the methane here. And this is going to be on the void network, right? Whereas this BTX is on the normal delivery network. And what we don't want is normal delivery BTX to get turned into methane, because this is a lower priority, like it's a sink for the BTX. There. And then the methane will come out over here. So, oh, let's, since I have the ore eraser here. Pop. Cool. No more random coal patch in my way. Let's figure out... Oh, we're going to need more water too, or steam rather. I'm not sure if 3 of these is actually quite enough for... I'm not sure if 3 of these is quite enough for 4 of these. 112, 112, 50, 50. Oh, no, definitely not. 100, 212, 324, and each of these makes 60. All right, so we need another 3 electric boilers. Add that to my requests now. That is fine, though. And then this should make more than enough heat. 10 megawatts output. Yeah. Oh, this is in the wrong place. That's why everything looks weird. There we go. All right. Now we got to pull the ethylene out, which I guess we just kind of do that kind of thing. Let's not go that far. Let's go like here. And fluid pickup. There. And then this needs to be a high priority pickup since it's the output of a void. That's not what I wanted. Station priority. That's what I want. All right. So this will just slowly fill with methane. This will slowly void BTX. We do need more steam to have this system actually run fully, but that's fine. We'll come back to that later. Alrighty, let's go back to this. So just for methanol, we're gonna need, hot air and methane into 8 methanol reactors, and it makes a bunch of methanol. Okay, that's not bad. Get rid of, that's not what I wanted to do. Methanol from moon drops. I want to actually delete the page, not just close it. Don't need this here, and we don't need this here. All right, so we're going to do 8 of the methanol gadgets, and we need another 8 here. Okay, so we will request methanol reactors, 16. And then there really shouldn't be anything else that we need as far as crafting methanol from methane using... This is the recipe that we decided on. 100 methane to 150 methanol using tin chromium alloy. Yeah, versus more methane, plus it pulls in titanium tetrachloride, which I don't know whether I'd consider tin chromium alloy or titanium tetrachloride to be the quote-unquote more expensive alloy. But either way, it's more methane efficient to use the tin chromium alloy. Which... Ooh, okay, I don't have a centralized tin chromium alloy build. I'm doing it down here. But what I should do is get rid of this. Yes. Get rid of this and change this to request tin chromium alloy here. And then do a little central build of it. That way I don't have to build this also at the methanol plant. Okay, so that's something else to go change down there. Apparently we're waiting for 2 more of these guys. We're waiting for 1 more of these guys. There we go. Smelter was somewhere up around here. Yeah. We'll, Yeah, we do eventually get a molten version of this, but it's... I mean, it's not super deep into blue science, but again, the more we can switch over to centralizing these sorts of alloys, the easier it is to move over to the ones that use molten variants in the future. So, let's head down to where we're currently making tin chromium alloy on site. We'll tear that apart, we'll change the requests on that station, and we will set up a little tin chromium alloy build somewhere else where we're doing metal alloys. I think we're kind of running out of room in the sort of main metal alloy area. But we will see what we can figure out as far as a space for it. All right, yeah, here, you. No tin, no chromium. Instead, tin chromium alloy. Nope. And let's see, we're gonna want a couple of these outputting. Cool. So that should work for all of this processing as soon as we actually have the little tin chromium alloy build. Apparently I ended up with 3 smelters. I don't know, it's probably more than I need. Do we have... What are we doing up around here? What are you? Nichrome, which means that I do already have chromium here. Okay, this already has fuels, which is cool. We have chromium. We could add tin, although maybe not easily. Yeah, we really don't have that much space up here. I keep thinking that I want to do more of our alloys up here because we already have some. But there's just not that much space to do them. Yeah, this just needs chromium and tin plates into a smelter. All right. Where else might I have a little bit of space for that? So this needs 3 total stations because it's got the solid in, obviously, for the chromium and tin, solid out for the alloy, and then also it needs a fuel station in. So I need space to do 3 stops. Guess I could go up here. That's fine space. All right, let's go back up that way. Do it up there. Let's do this. Let's actually do the fuel drop-off first. I'm glad I grabbed the extra decider combinators, because this needs several. All right, so that'll be our fuel in, and then we will have a solid in. This is going to request tin plate and chromium plate. And then we're going to have, is it like 1-to-1 basically for the tin chromium alloy? I actually didn't check. More or less. And then I happen to have 3 smelters, so that's how many worth of this we're going to do. There's no rhyme or reason to this, other than I have 3. We probably only need 1, to be clear. Like, this is a bonkers amount of tin chromium alloy. Pulls in, yeah, 1 chromium and 1.33 tin. We'll just do 2, whatever. Fuel, and let's get trains unblocked. All right. That should unblock some of this. This guy should have 2 trains en route. Yes, it does. One with tin, one with chromium. And it would be good to actually set up the output, wouldn't it? So let's do that. Uh, 0.66 a second. All right. Of course, the outputs need power to... All right. This build should be absolute overkill for how much tin chromium alloy we're actually going to need, like, in the short to medium term. I'm not even worried about it. Where else am I making it? Oh, they're all up there. Okay, it just doesn't register as 3 of them. It registers as 3 separate ones. Interesting. Usually when you have machines right next to each other, they show up as... but regardless... And this should already have requested another fuel. Yeah. Probably more gasoline because I have so much gasoline. One of these shows, yeah. All of my liquid fuels. All right. I think this is good, and I think we can go drop off. Well, we'll drop off some of the things that we have here at the 2 builds that are mostly done. That's the acetic acid, which needs the methanol reactors, and we have the boilers for where we're doing methane production. And then we can do methanol production, which is what we needed the tin chromium alloy for. And that will eventually feed into this. This is still draining its previous methanol, but now that it's now that all of these machines are up, this will go significantly faster, which means that it will aluminum's running hard. That's worrisome. Drop these guys off. But it looks like... yeah, there's no BTX here. And that is because there's actually space in this system again. Tailings isn't set up as a void, right? No, it's on the A network. That's what I thought. All right, I'm just going to make sure that... just making sure that wasn't going to block if I had changed that and missed this provider station. Coke. There's always Coke. Ash. There's always ash. I don't know what heavy oil gets used for. It goes somewhere. And then petroleum gas is a fuel. That's fine. Really, we want this to run more to get the coke oven gas to get more hot air. That is the whole thing we want to do. At one point, I set this up because we had too much coke oven gas, but that is not the case anymore. Cool. But that means we should have some methane down here. Yeah, 26,000, which is enough for a train load. So, oh, and we actually just got another train load of BTX. So, yeah, this will do what it can on the methanol front. Or on the methane front. So for methanol, it really is just 8 methane reactors hooked up to a few inputs and outputs. I'm actually going to go back. I'm going to go back over where we were, where we just did the tin chromium alloy, because I have the space to do the methanol there. So we may as well do it there. What are you doing? Oh. Why are we repairing? Oh, because this was a oil derrick. Yeah. One entity is missing repair packs? No. Not anymore. Oh, no, I lied. No, I didn't lie. We're good. We're good. We're good. So we're going to have a solid drop-off here. And this is going to bring in tin chromium alloy. We're going to have a fluid drop-off here. This is going to need hot air and methane. Oh, am I out of landfill again? I am out of landfill again. Cool. Have to come back for that. And then we're going to have a fluid output, which will be the actual methanol. That is a fuel. Fluid pickup. There we go. That's what I wanted to put in. That one. And over here, we're going to have 8 of these guys making methanol. Not that recipe, though. One of these ones. This one. You know what? Actually, let's do it like this. And move the whole thing over a little bit. I don't know, like there. Doesn't necessarily matter. You go there and there. So that should work, I think. I think I got it all connected, right? Yeah, train can't route here because this is all... We need the landfill so that we can actually connect to the rail network. I'm going to double check that that's what that train routing failure is, but I think it's coming up to this station, and that's fine. Now the only question is, did I get hot air and methanol the right way around? I didn't. That's okay. We can fix that. All right, that should be that. This train is full of methane, yeah. So it wants to come here and can't because I can't build that last piece of rail until I have more landfill. So let's run into the base and grab more landfill and whatever else the bots happen to deliver to us while we're in here. And we will, let's see, further south. Apparently, whatever else the bots happen to deliver is basically nothing. They can't keep up with me. I am too fast. Hopefully, landfill is all we need up here. Yeah, that routing went away. So that's the train bringing methane. Our hot air. How's the hot air situation? It is running. Okay, yep, we're bringing in coke oven gas again, which is good. And this system does, by the way, recycle as much of the coke oven gas as it can. So, like, we don't need a heap of it to keep the system running, but we do need that steady trickle. So it might just take a little while for hot air to hit. Yeah, I mean, there's a train going to Sir Deucer, which is not this one. This one, which is used for... Okay, well... Oh, this is also where heavy oil goes. Cool. It gets used for what? Oh, molten zinc. Ooh, okay. So yeah, hopefully we'll get a delivery of heavy oil for molten zinc again soon as well. How close is that to being ready to go? 20K. So not quite there yet, but... Alright, and then the hot air, again, is just going to take a little while to fully... That's not it. This one? Yeah. It's going to take a little while for hot air to fully accumulate everywhere it needs to accumulate. But this will turn on eventually, I hope. I hope I'm making enough hot air still. I haven't actually, like, checked if it balances. Okay, but that is methanol expanded. My next to-do on the to-do list is lead acetate. All right. Back to YAFC we go. Lead acetate is needed for... the zinc acetate I had on this page just so we could show it. Don't need it here. Oh, good. More hydrogen peroxide. That's always great. I don't think we need any lead acetate in circuits. I think it is just... Yeah. It's just a prerequisite for the antimony. So, what does that mean? That means... Well, we need 6 mixers, is what it means. I think we just throw this together exactly as it is. Nothing funky with it. Oh, something just got dropped off. Oh, it was either fuel or more methane. Okay. Probably more methane. Hot air is almost certainly still a problem. We are able to make a lot of hot air. But our methanol will go through a lot of hot air. I should see if I have options for expanding our hot air capabilities at this point. Probably not. Yeah, I mean, we're doing warmer stone bricks. Simics can make it. We're not there yet. And then hot stone bricks from hot air stage 3, which is blue science. So really the question is, do we have a better way to make warmer stone bricks? And we don't. Not until hot air stage 3. All right, so it's all under blue science, which we are still at least a couple of dozen hours from reaching. So that is fine. Well, it has to be fine. We don't really have a choice in the matter. Let these guys, let the bots bring us the mixers that we need. We'll get lead acetate going. And the other thing we could do, actually, is the Dow froth build. Did I decide if I wanted to do ethylene glycol separately? It does look like that might make sense. If we look at YAFC here, yeah. I think we want to do basically ethylene glycol as its own build, and then the Dow froth 250 as its own build. So that would mean... What does that mean? That means we need to figure out the ratios for an ethylene glycol build. If I say allow overproduction and set this to 2 of these, there we go. That's our ratios. So 2 fluidized bed reactors, 2 wet scrubbers. Oh, not that water. 1 chemical plant, 2 scrubbers. And I don't think we're currently building all of those. Yeah. The 2 types of scrubbers we're not making yet. So that'll get those going. Ooh, we might need to add... That's all good. Oh, no, apparently we're making... Oh, maybe we don't have enough of these. Are we making Pi Tank 50 KLs, or do we just happen to have 1? That's 40 KL. That's 70 KL. That's 80 KL. And that's 30 KL. No, we don't make these ones. Okay. So let's add those as well. That's going to need the 15 that we also don't make. All right. It's going to take a little bit for the bots to catch up on all of this then, especially since we don't have the tanks we need for the wet scrubber. The dry scrubber it should be able to build, though. And then I guess we also need another 3 mixers. We may as well request them. And that'll be for the Dalfroth 250. And if we check the to-do list, the thing after that is, well, we'll do whoops. Ethylene glycol's not done. We'll do there we go. We'll do lead acetate, we'll do ethylene glycol, we'll do the Dalfroth 250. Ethylene glycol actually needs the silver, so ethylene glycol won't turn on until we do silver. But that is okay. We are outputting a little bit of silver over here, if I can find it. Yeah, silver goes up here, over here, all the way up here to here. Apparently we do have enough for a delivery. So this will get us a little bit of silver, but ultimately we are going to want to do a dedicated silver build, which stinks. I don't think we get good silver production until yeah, silver stage 1. So silver stage 2 gives us like molten silver from refined lead and all of that stuff, which of course is blue science. But we can do our lead, and I was talking about this last time. We should finally tear down this whole lead situation and get it rebuilt properly. And if we do that, then we can design it to also handle silver. Has this just been running off of a couple of its own tanks of hot air with no hot air input whatsoever? Is that what I'm seeing here? That's ridiculous. So yeah, we need to move this anyway because it's built on the main road. This was, I've said this before, this was built before I kind of figured out the overall design of the rail system. So we will tear down this lead and we'll do a new like silver and lead setup that can get us both. Somewhere. I don't know where I'm going to do that build yet. That'll be a big build. And then that will feed into the ethylene glycol and the ethylene glycol, which feeds into the Dalfroth, which feeds into the better antimony processing, which gives us the antimony pulp that we need for a train is stuck. Uh-oh. Yeah, that train is stuck. Bonk. And it's gonna be stuck. Okay, that stinks. Alright, it is ad break o'clock. The badly filled is this train? Oh, it's almost empty. Okay. This won't turn on until we get to the research for it, so it's kind of always... We'll deal with it when we come back. I'm going to stretch my legs and hydrate a little bit. When we come back from the break, we will get to work on these things on our to-do list, and I am going to ignore that stuck train for now because I have decided not to care. I will see everyone in just a few minutes. All right, welcome back, everybody. So, I changed my mind. Before the break, I said I was going to ignore this stuck train. Let's go fix the stuck train. Otherwise, it's going to be blinking at me the whole time. Yeah, I could just throw another tank down there. That's fine. Yeah, it's this one. Whoops, right down here. Where we swapped over to methane. Incoming. Yeah, I didn't have this tank on the network properly. I messed up when I was copying and pasting it. Okay. Oh, there's almost nothing left in the train, too. Okay. So, we do that. Do that. Then we do that. And this should not have dispatched another train. Okay, we're good. That will be fine. So, to-do list says lead acetate. All right, that is a bunch of mixers. And the lead acetate is used for what? That's a question. Lead acetate is used directly in the antimony processing. Okay. Does this affect where we want to put it? Not really. I've been trying to keep down here as the zone for like all of the new circuit parts. So I don't want to put it here. Other than that, I have no strong feelings. We have stations available here. Let's just go down to the end there and do it. I think that is totally fine. I really need to take some time and work on cleaning up the highways, too. Alright, so lead acetate is literally just lead, acetic acid and hydrogen peroxide. We might need more peroxide, which sketches me out a little bit, but we'll figure it out. Let's make sure, nope, that when we hook these ones up, we do get all that. So one of these is acetic acid. The other one is hydrogen peroxide. Cool. All right, so that is those inputs. The other side of this is, of course, solid drop-off. This just needs lead. And then just 6 mixers feeding all this together? Okay. This feels too easy, but we'll go with it. Lead acetate. 2 things in. Yeah. I mean, other than the fact that routing all of this is going to be just a major hassle. It is that simple. Each of these pulls in 0.3 lead per second. That's a whopping 1.8 lead. Then outputs, it looks like we do actually have space to do. There. 0.1 a second, so yeah. Something like that. And then these all need... Oh. Buddy? What are you doing all the way over there? Now we just gotta hook up. That is the acetic acid. And the other thing, whatever that is, I've already forgotten. Hydrogen peroxide, that's what it is. Will be there. Alright, that will be lead acetate. I think that was a super easy build. Okay. Yeah, that was a super easy build. I like it when builds are easy. Oh, we're still waiting on acetic acid to be delivered. Okay. Why? We should have heaps of acetic. We do not have heaps of acetic.
Did you hear that? I think something just exploded. Man, we are in a lot of danger. This is like Christmas. No, it's better than Christmas. This should be its own holiday. Explosion Day.
Raid Guard!
Space!
Happy Explosion Day, everybody. Thanks so much for the raid. Oh my gosh. And thank you for the follow, SD Core. Really appreciate that. We are at present deep in working our way towards red circuits. So we're like half a dozen side quests into that at the moment, but just made your first Logi pack. Congratulations. Logi is tough. There's a lot that goes into Logi the first time, dealing with a lot of the alien life stuff. And then Pi Science 1 took me forever, but post-Logi you get Rails, so a lot of the time that I spent working on Pi Science 1 was also just part of the migration to Rails. Alright, so we have methane. So where's the methanol build? You're not running because I'm an absolute idiot is why this isn't running. I forgot to actually hook up the tin chromium alloy. Okay. Well, we don't have any yet anyway. That's a different issue. Because... oh, we have chromium. Oh. That's unfortunate. Those icons are very similar, and I picked the wrong one. Okay, so I do need to come up here and add... oh, that means this hasn't been running the whole time. Okay. I gotta add the tin chromium alloy from this over to the actual build here. So methanol has not been running this whole time like I thought it would be. Less than ideal. We'll make it work. Where am I? Where do I want to be? I want to go this way, actually. All the way over here and up. Okay. Fortunately, I way overbuilt this tin chromium alloy factory, so it should be able to produce almost Starship time. I don't know about that. Yeah, this is way overbuilt, so it should be able to fill this up reasonably quickly and get deliveries to the places that need it as a catalyst material. Yeah, we'll see if it actually manages to go today. Hey, streaming live reactions to Starship Scrubs is a proud tradition on the internet. Each of these is 0.16, so 1/3, 1/3, 1 and a third. Okay, we'll just do this. That should be plenty for that build. It's going to take a little while for all of that to catch up and for the methanol to actually go, which means it's going to take a little while for acetic acid to turn back on, which means it's going to take a little while for the lead acetate build we just did to turn on. But I'm going to call the lead acetate done anyway. Let's head over to where we... Whoops, was that too far? No, a little further. Where we reconfigured the acetic acid build, because we can get rid of all of this part now. Now that those tanks have fully emptied. Yeah, this just needs methanol. Okay. That is fine. My concern with all of this is if we go back into YAFC, to make the amount of ethylene glycol we need is 1.5 silver. Yeah, 1.5 silver plate per second. And that is just really not going to happen. You can see how much that would be from soot. It's a ridiculous amount of soot. And we can see how much from lead, silver dust. If we go through the various lead... There we go. Yeah. Like 80 lead ore a second with my current processing capabilities for silver. So this is going to be under-provisioned, and there's really nothing I can do about it. until we get into blue science and we get better lead and silver tech. If we go back in here, yeah, we want lead stage 3 and then silver stage 2, and that will get us much, much better silver silver options. But that's past blue science. So short term is we're going to be bottlenecked on silver, and there's nothing really we can do about it. And our science has still been stalled for much longer than I would like. And that has me concerned. Okay. We did get a delivery of lard to somewhere. Or it all spoiled, but I'm hoping not. But it would have been delivered to probably not science. Yeah. I think the only other place that really consumes lard is, yeah, and this is, of course, where it went, is to the oleochemicals. And this gets turned into... I don't remember. Used for something. But either way, it's basically just going to take a while for the whole base to, like, finish catching up on its... Dog of Chaos, thank you for the follow! It's going to take a little while for the base to catch up on its large demand. I could probably... And what I probably should do... Problem is if I do this, I will forget that I did it. Let's just mark this as a lower priority lard requester. And we'll leave it at that for now. And that should at least, the next time there's a batch of lard available, get it going to science again. Once we have trits make a ton of lard, and we need to be rendering trits anyway for the photophores. So we will end up with a lot more lard. That is the plan, at any rate. So in the meantime, it looks like the next thing on my list is ethylene glycol. I should probably be thinking about silver, but I'm just going to keep avoiding it. No hold! Excellent. Yeet. All right. Oh, could not find a train. That's impressive. Are we just out of fluid trains? Yeah, apparently. All right, what am I doing? Ethylene glycol. Ethylene glycol is not a huge build. How big are some of these buildings? Like, how big is the scrubber? Tiny. Wet scrubber, also tiny. Okay, yeah, we can do this basically anywhere then. Let's just go up here. Ethylene glycol is going to have a whole set of weird inputs. Let's fix this here. Nope, not what I meant to do. Nested table, yes, slaked lime, chloroethanol, ethylene chlorohydrin, and water. All right, so the ethylene glycol needs to pull in. Did I not just put water in here? Yes, oh, I need to do it within its, there we go. Now it's working. Okay. So we're going to bring in ethylene and chlorine as well as lime, silver, and pure sand. Oh boy, more pure sand demand. So, fluid in here. Ethylene, chlorine, and then we will also have solid input, which is lime, silver plate, and pure sand. That was the wrong thing, wasn't it? Yes, it was. There we go. Lime. Silver plate. And pure sand. All right. So, first thing we can do is lime right into a chemical plant, which I forgot to request. And we already used those ones for lead acetate. Okay. Let's run staged without RUD. All right. Let's run back to base real quick and grab that chemical plant that we need. We can dump a bunch of this other stuff while I'm at it. And all right, there's our chemical plant. I don't really care about whatever else they might be trying to bring me. I think we have enough of sort of all of our normal things. Inserters, power poles, belts, yeah. All right, we have ethylene. Oh, I didn't power this one. Okay, so what I was saying was chemical plant right here. This is going to make the slaked lime. And then everything else is coming through. That'll be the pure sand and the silver plate, and those are both kind of separate outputs. All right. So our first step is ethylene chlorohydrin, which needs the silver plate, chlorine, and ethylene. And that's going to be in the fluidized bed reactors. Ethylene chlorohydrin. All right. And Just put it right there. Chlorine next. Water is an input on the top. All right, we'll have to figure that one out. Then we have our actual output. All right, there's the ethylene chlorohydrin. And then that feeds into the wet scrubbers, which make chloroethanol. All right, I think that's right, other than needing to pull the water in. Except these also need... No, that doesn't need a solid input. This one needs the silver plate. Okay. So I think what we're actually going to do is we're going to come out to here. Do I have a totally not a mech suit mod on or something? I do have... I had a quick start mod on that gives me Power Armor Mark II and exoskeletons. I think the Pi Power Armor Mark II gets flight. Like automatically when you have Space Age on. But yeah, the animation is a little screwy for sure. But Pi is Pi takes enough time without needing to wait to get quick movement and things like that. I don't have a casual 1,000 hours to spare. Yeah. Where are we at? 338 hours, 38 minutes, and 1 second. It definitely, Am I a third done yet? Who knows? How many science packs are there? I have 4 science packs. There are 12 science packs. So yeah, I'm like a third of the way done. Right on track. We'll see about that. All right, so this needs water in. We're waiting for chlorine. Oh, okay. It's on the way. There's just a little bit of a assuming linear progression, which is a bad assumption. Yes. Where was I? I've lost my train of thought. The ethylene chlorohydrin goes in with slaked lime and the pure sand into 2 more scrubbers. Okay. These guys do the actual ethylene glycol. But I wouldn't say I recommend anyone do pie. It is exactly what you have always heard. But it's also not... I don't want to say it's not difficult, but a lot of the difficulty is surmountable with good tools, right? Like, obviously, you know, I have dozens of tabs in YAFC now, right? And that's... but yeah, it's a lot of small problems. That is a good way to put it. And as long as you can stay focused on one problem at a time, you're gonna do okay. But it is very easy to get overwhelmed and kind of lose track of what your priorities need to be. Let's see. How do I want to run? I'll just do another water pump up here. I don't think I need to try to run water connected to both sides. And we got chlorine, which means this is running. This is running. These are not yet running. That's running. Cool. And that will be ethylene glycol out as soon as I actually set up the station for it. Wrong pump. That one. All right, and once I get this build done, I do owe a couple of new followers your names in the factory, and I have been distracted actually playing the game, so I will take care of my obligations to y'all as soon as we're done here. Ethylene glycol out. Let's clear this a little bit so I can see what I'm doing. And power.
Space. Space.
You absolutely can get your name immortalized in the 1,000-hour save. Could not find trains with enough cargo capacity. Okay, it is fluid trains. I think I'm gonna have to take the time and make some more fluid trains as well. Because it seems like the system is unhappy at the moment. Although there's definitely... Yeah, there's trains around. Oh, and thank you for the follow. I don't know if I said that already. I think I commented on your comment, but not on the follow. Do I have enough copper text plates? Probably. Grab a little bit of extra copper just in case I don't have enough. All right. In order. Is that... No. Yes, that side. SD core, thank you so much. The Dog of Chaos, and... let's see. We don't have underscores, so... This one's really gonna challenge my layout. You know what? I mean, I'm tempted to leave it like that. Who makes a monospace text mod and forgets about underscores? I know. All right. And there is the Rolt Peninsula. Thank you all again so much for the follows. I really appreciate it. So, what is our next goal? Ethylene glycol is done. Silver, I'm ignoring and pretending that it's not a problem. So that is the Dow Froth 250. All right. What do we need for that? Is just more mixers. Okay, and we have those. And then methanol, chromium, and ethylene glycol coming in. So that will be a quick and easy build. And then we're going to have to go and rebuild antimony processing to use the new... antimony processing. That will finally get us... Here, let's just look at YAFC while I'm talking through this. That'll finally get us the antimony pulp 2. And antimony pulp 2 is what we need for heavy N-type silicon, or heavily N-doped silicon. We already have lightly P-doped and lightly N-doped, so we just need that antimony pulp 2. After that, it is all of these like little ingredients that we haven't made yet, and then we are pretty much to circuits. So, if nothing else goes wrong today, and that's always a big if when I'm playing Pyanodons, but if nothing else goes wrong today, we might be able to hit red circuits, which would be super duper. Thing is, oh, the Pez dispenser. Are they still doing, mock-up satellites, or are they fully functional on this, it's dummies? Yeah. right, I think we're good on... Oh, I actually have copper text plates as a logistics request now. I didn't realize I had done that. I don't remember when I did that, but I did it. So, for the Dalfroth, that's going to be 3 stations, like so many other things I do. So anywhere I have a spot I can fit 3 stations, like right here, will work fine. It's a pretty small build. It's one of those builds where the train stations take up more space than the buildings do. Alright, and one of these is methanol. And one of them is the ethylene glycol that we just made. Wherever that might be. And then our other input is just chromium. Okay. That is super easy recipe. All right. Oh, I didn't actually power this right. And then that all goes into 3 mixers. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, do it like that. That'll work. Each of these pulls 0.4. Okay. That'll be the output. There we go. Oh, that has been doing nothing this whole time. Excellent. don't think I need to do anything special with the station on this end. There's no weird priorities for it. There's no nothing. All right, that will be that once it gets all of its deliveries. Methanol production is still waiting on the tin chromium alloy, which I was going to say we should have gotten a delivery of that soonish. Oh, and it is. It's coming right around. Perfect. It's a little silly that it's being delivered from right across the street, basically, but you know, keeping the builds separated because as we get new tech, we get better ways to do things. That's part of how Pi works. So I don't want these builds actually coupled together. I want to be able to have, you know, switch over to doing tin chromium alloy from other production methods in the future. So as silly as it is to have a train go around the corner, we're gonna leave it. And then, yeah, we're still sad about fluid trains. So let's do that. Just kind of while we're waiting for all the builds we've done to finish turning on and make sure that everything looks good, we can head over and we can make a few fluid trains. And that'll also give the bots an opportunity to refill my inventory. Intermetallics, steel, titanium. Okay. Up until you have 10 layers of observers, facades, and factories. Look, there's a difference between loose coupling and Java Enterprise. Is that 5 tanks? That is 5. All right, and what do I need to make these guys? Steam engines, circuits, and small parts. And this is where I find out that circuits have been broken for goodness knows how long. Let's find out what broke in the circuit build this time. It is. It's batteries. It's lead antimony alloy, which has no antimony. This is all super legacy. What are we backed up on? We're backed up on gravel. We're backed up on gravel? Which probably means that, like, concrete stopped? Yes, concrete is stopped. Cool. Well, you know what that means. That means that it is time to do one of the most satisfying things in this game. And it's time to grab 44,000 concrete and do this. And just fill in more of the base. All right, there we go. Well, that's 45,000 concrete gone in about 10 seconds. May as well do a little more. Filling in everything kind of up here. Anywhere I walk with any regularity, right? So, like, this whole area I come to a lot. All right. So that should start to unblock antimony, which will unblock the circuit production to the mall. Fortunately, I don't know how long that's going to take. Gravel is very backed up. Oh, this doesn't have lime. Wait, how did that happen? If lime is broken, then it doesn't matter that we're unbacking it up. We don't have lime because gravel's backed up. Oh, it's deadlocked. Okay. Let's, That also means that this acetylene plant would have been busted. So apparently it's backed up on... Yeah, these ones are backed up on carbon dioxide, or something's backed up on slaked lime. I think both. Yeah, output full. Output full. Coming to all of this stuff. How is my wood set up? My wood does prioritize... God, this is awful. Yeah, we prioritize... What? The wood from this system. So that's good. This is all very badly messed up, though. How can I use more of this CO2 through the whole system? That is the question. Otherwise, this is never going to turn on more because all of this is going to go to, well, maybe not all to acetylene. We do have... other... I mean, in the short term, I can kick this can down the road. Oh, nope, not there. Where is a good place on this whole mess of CO2 pipes where I can buffer this? Let's just do it here. Oop. There we go. And that should unblock these. Okay. Which might help get gravel unblocked finally. Okay, it is ad break o'clock. I do run just one ad per hour, just long enough to keep pre-roll ads turned off, because pre-roll ads are awful. So I do appreciate folks hanging around through the ad break. I'm going to get some water and stretch my legs during the break. I recommend you all do the same. Take care of yourselves as humans, and I'll see you shortly. And we are back from the ad break. Thanks very much, everyone, for sticking around. I appreciate it very much. Okay. So I just let this run during the ad, and it looks like we are pretty much... Well, we have something running again, at least. This will pull, slowly but surely, start pulling gravel through. And the sand is also pulled from gravel, so that is good, at least. But I think it's going to take a little while for this thing to fully kind of catch up with the whole backlog of gravel and turn back on, which is not great. As long as batteries are the only thing that are missing, and it does look like batteries are the only thing that's missing. Yeah, it's just we're not pulling gravel through yet, and there's a lot of gravel backed up in the whole system. I guess I could switch this to, well, it doesn't really matter, because we're not actually getting enough lime through fast enough for this to actually need faster inserters. But it is moving. Yeah, there we go. That's the main belt moving now. If we follow that all the way back, we will find that it's pulling a little bit out of here, which will eventually unblock this one, as it is able to slowly make its way through. Cool, that's a little bit of antimony started here again. And the other one on this side... Oh, past all of this. Yeah! We're getting there. I think that'll be okay momentarily. But antimony being this far backed up is no fun, because this is a long, slow belt in the old base down to where circuits are actually made. Oh, and you could see... Okay, yeah, lead is coming through here. Lead is running again. Lead, I think, had previously probably stopped because acetylene was backed up as well. Which does mean that we are not using enough CO2 in the old base. And I don't really know how to deal with that. I guess I could put CO2 on rails, just to pull it out of this base. But, where am I? Here. You know, this tank is already, yeah. Well, oh, I guess I had these on a top-up valve, so this tank was always going to be here. Minimum. Oops, I should have turned those off. Like, there's going to be a little bit of wood demand, and that'll use some of the moss, which will use some of the CO2. Yeah. And, like, as things turn on, we'll have more demand for all of these things, which should help it stabilize. I'm just, you know, concerned. Okay, this needs faster inserters. I'm gonna go do that. I wasn't sure if it was actually gonna make a difference, but... Alright. We are now limited by how quickly we can crush gravel into sand, I think. Cool. I'm fine with that. That means we're going to pull through gravel very quickly now. And that means that this should all be basically running full bore again. And it does look like it is all running full bore again. Okay. And then again, it's just going to take a little while for the antimony to make its way all the way down to where we're making batteries. Yeah, the first ones aren't down there yet. Soon. And then this... Oh, I have my emergency stash of batteries down there that I forgot about. Why would I need batteries anyway? Oh, not batteries. Circuits, sorry. And I need circuits because I wanted to make trains. Need more trains. Alright, let's check the emergency circuit stash then. What do you need? You need cellulose. Why no cellulose? No hydroxide. Why no hydroxide? No salt water. No salt water because no stone is coming down this path. A little bit of stone. Okay. Anyway, we can grab a little bit from the emergency circuit stash. Yeah. Yep, it's all still fluid trains that it's backed up on. So we will grab what we need for... few more fluid trains, and then we will get back to work on whatever my next step was. We already did the Dow froth, so antimony pulp, I guess, was the thing. At least in theory, we've done the Dow froth. In practice, oh, I got these pipes backwards. Oh, this will help. All right, I'm gonna have to go fix that. And I can drop off trains on the way, I think. Sort of on the way, and different directions. Okay, so all of this... I don't want to do this. Let's just... All right, now this is running. Beautiful. And we can drop off the trains I just made, and then we will hop into YAFC and try to figure out what our a little further down. What we need to do for antimony. All right. I think once they have a chance to refuel, that will help the system dramatically. Yeah, this guy is fueling up, I guess, before it gets dispatched. All right, so our next goal is antimony stage 2. So we can get rid of a bunch of this stuff from the FC. We'll get rid of that. This is what all needs to be made. I think right now it goes up through this antimony grade 4. Let's double check that. Yeah, we make the antimony grade 4, and we're currently putting that into 11 oxygen furnaces and getting out a bunch of antimony, whatever. What we're going to do instead is put it into... let's see. Oh, here we go. Antimony grade 4. Yeah. So we need to put it into, a heap of ball mills, a bunch of classifiers, a bunch of agitators, and a bunch of flotation cells. This is going to take a huge amount of space. Do I have space near... Oh, I've got lots of space near antimony, fortunately. So that is fine. And then the antimony pulp 2 will get made into antimony oxide, but it will also go into the into circuits. All right. So let's grab what we need. We need 24 ball mills, 12 classifiers, 6 agitators. This is a big build. We can get rid of all of this. I say 12 agitators? No, 6 agitators, 12 classifiers. Sorry. $18 flotation cells. Cool. Where am I? All of this, I think all of this is stuff that I'm already making at the mall, so hopefully it won't take too long for the bots to deliver it all to me. Yeah, some of this stuff we don't make enough of, so we probably want to help with, like, ball mills. Classifiers we'll get. Flotation cells we also might have to help with. But let's start by helping with the ball mills. Steel and copper. Oop, there's one more on the way. Cool. And the flotation cells, we also need a few more of. Cool. That is it. Just have to wait for the bots to catch up to me. Ball mill, flotation cell. Oh, there's one more flotation cell. Where's the bot with it? There you are. All right. We've got all of our other usual everything. So hopefully that is enough and we can get this antimony going. All right, and the upgraded antimony build on rails is because we need the antimony pulp for N-doped silicon, which we are going to need for... Man, I would really love it if research was going. That's something we're going to have to work on. Yeah, I might need to find something else that I can slaughter for lard in the short term. Because right now it is not working fantastically. I was really hoping that I could just wait until I got trits, because trits are also... Oh, this is all, of course, fully backed up, huh? Lovely. Do I have the inventory space? I have the inventory space. Let's just... Okay, so one of the things I need to figure out with this is we need to bring in a few more inputs. Do we have... It's not great, but yes. All right. So we have a few more inputs we need to bring in here. We need the lime that we're not bringing in yet. We need the lead acetate that we're not bringing in yet. Let's get those requested. Lime. And that's like half a belt of lime. it is half a belt of lime, basically. I'm just going to take it out as a full belt. So, I need to get that lime down here. We don't need this stuff here yet. Figure that out later. Can I pull the lime kind of right through here? I think so. Okay. And that needs to go into 24 ball mills. Jeez. Let's just get them lined up, I guess. Oh, I didn't mean to undo all of them. Thanks, game. Let's do this like here. I think that's 12. Crushed antimony, yeah. Yeah, and all of these are like sufficiently low ratios. All right, that's half of it. Then our output, yeah, 0.1 a second. Cool. Did I get lime? Oh, no, I didn't actually hook this up, did I? All right. That should get the request for lime in. All of these guys, then, are going to output whatever this product is, the crushed antimony. And that goes into 12 classifiers. That makes a little bit more antimony grade 4. All right, we'll have to cycle that up around. And a little bit more in the antimony dust, which moves on to the next stage. Okay. So this loops over here. Comes on up. How big are the classifiers? Can we... They are larger than these, and this is a row of a dozen. So I do need this to come lower. Here, we'll clear that out for now. Oh, these have a poop chute. Excellent. Do I need to change which side any of that is coming out on? No, that's 1.75 items a second. That is nothing. Then on the left is the antimony grade 4. Yeah. That comes up here. Nope. Merges in there. Okay. Except I probably actually do then want this to be split on both sides of the belt if I'm going to merge it like that. But, yeah, that's fine. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There we go. And then the other side of that is antimony dust, which needs to be merged with lead acetate and fish oil. All right, we'll grab lead acetate up here as our other... I'm going to send this... Yeah, I guess right down here. It's a long belt, but oh well. That'll be lead acetate down, and that'll merge with the antimony dust. We're also going to need to bring in fish oil. But those all go into agitators, making the antimony pulp 1. Yeah, just absolutely small amounts of everything going into this. Nope. Let's figure out the plumbing first, and then I'll figure out where it is safe to put power poles. That works. Oh, cool. And we got our first lime, which means this whole thing is going to start up shortly. So fish oil needs to come in somewhere, which I think means changing this to have a second, actually a second and a third requester. So we will do that. By draining this tank first. And then we'll rearrange some of this plumbing to make sure we have... What? Okay. Did something wrong with that. That's okay. Uh-oh. Now I'm worried. Please don't be an oxygen train. Okay, we're not an oxygen train. Good. So I need to get the fish oil over to this part of this build. Okay. So that'll be fish oil when fish oil is delivered. And then we'll have the antimony pulp stage 1 coming out of that. I forgot to get myself a pressure pump. Do I have what it takes to make one? I do. Okay, good. All right, so we'll have the antimony pulp stage 1 coming out. And that needs to go into, 18 flotation cells. Okay. Let's figure out what that looks like. Yes, just like this. I did not run power when I did that. I should have run power when I did that. We will have one pressure pump here, which is just pressurized air. Always easy. And actually, I'll pull that up here. The last one is the Dow froth. Which will be coming somewhere around here. Each of these needs power. Pressurized air, check. All right, and this outputs two different things. We'll deal with that in a second. We're still waiting for lead acetate to be coming through here. All right, these are running. They're just slow. And that's fine. It doesn't use a ton of lead acetate for the antimony pulp. And this is a little bit more than it needs, but like it's still a... not making it that fast, so it'll take a little while to get a full train load. And of course that was blocked for a little while, you know, until acetic acid and methanol were running correctly, which they weren't for a while, so... yeah, I think that's fine. I think everything's fine there. I am going to change this to request more... yeah. To request more of the... whatever this stuff is. Lime. Because that does seem like it's going to be a limiting factor, and I want to make sure that we have plenty of it. Lime is up here. No, not that one. Down here. Yeah, I mean, we have plenty of lime. So we want to have more trains be dispatched more often. They have to go all the way across the map to bring the lime here. So even though this only uses half a belt, we want to make sure that it can have multiple trains on the way so they can keep up the rates we need. Okay, let's get the outputs of this sorted then. What? What? Oh, I see what I did. I'm just bad at the game. It's fine. All right, now we have the antimony pulp stage 2, which we want to have as an output. So that's actually going to come over here. We're going to make ourselves a... no, we're not. I guess it's going to come up here. Fluid pickup station. Right here. Why not? And this will have the antimony pulp 2. We'll also need an overflow on that. Yeah. All right, that is antimony pulp stage 2 out. The overflow of the antimony pulp stage 2 goes to 6 basic oxygen furnaces. You know what? Let's do it down at the bottom. Let's do the overflow at the bottom. Because we also need to bring out the other fluid. Because I want to take it basically over... Oh, no, I don't. Where is... This is where this gets interesting. By interesting, I mean terrifying. Let's bring this down here. All right, now we kind of have space over here to work. So let's do the... We've got 6 basic oxygen furnaces for... Well, maybe I do want to do it just kind of here. You know what? Yeah. I know what I'm going to do. I know what I'm going to do. All right. So this is going to be antimony from the 50% antimony concentrate. Yeah, we need 3 of those. On the other side, it's going to be from the antimony pulp 2. All right. There we go. And then oxygen, not there. That should work there. And that means we're going to want to bring in our input of fuel and plastic in here. 5 megawatts of consumption. Okay, maybe we want to use... What is it? It's 3 basic oxygen furnaces with 1.5 fiber a second. So that is like half a fiber a second. Okay. Plus 1 whole... Okay, so these ones do need like a couple of inserters. We'll just do a couple on each of them. It's not worth spending any more time thinking about, honestly. So this will bring in the plastic and the fuel. And power needs to come up. Where are we at, by the way? We're waiting for fish oil. Okay. Oh, no. I did the thing. Shoot. Okay. Let's fix it. All right, that should let this finally actually request fish oil. Yay! Okay. And then we're going to have outputs on all of these. Sorry, I got distracted. Output, 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 output. Output, output, output. And here's where it gets fun. So what we need is that when what do I want? What's the priority output of these? Does it matter? Do I need to prioritize these? I'm actually not sure. So most of the time, I think I want to prioritize these guys. The ones from the 50%, 58.3% antimony concentrate. I want those ones cleared so that when we need to make more antimony pulp stage 2, it's available. We'll have the space. These ones will pull first. And that'll make sure that that pipe is always clear for the antimony pulp stage 2. Although, does it matter? I don't know if it matters. Find out. Antimony grade 3, huh? There we go. And right, all I need to do now is deal with the overflow of the antimony pulp. Into this system here. So whenever this is overflowed, whenever this is full, this pipe will overflow, will make additional antimony oxide. Yeah. I think that's all right. And then how much antimony oxide can this put out in total now? Up to like 3 a second. So we will upgrade. Our inserters there. And with just barely enough belts to spare, I think this build is done. We're just waiting on, it looks like just waiting on lead acetate. We've got fish oil in. We've got Dow froth in. We should have trains requesting one or more of those things, but maybe not quite. Did I hook oxygen up to the oxygen furnaces? I did not. Okay, let's get that done. Yeah, because this oxygen pipe is pointless. Here. Beautiful. That should be the whole thing once we have lead acetate. Which is still accumulating. But what I can do, because I'm not worried about cyber sin or anything like that, I will just grab a stack of the stuff. We can drop this over here just to see the whole thing turn on. Yeah, this is all pretty much fully backed up here, fully backed up here. This outputs such a small amount of this. Half a belt is fine. I just have this balanced so that this side, when it merges here, merges cleanly. That is the only reason we're doing that. We're just waiting for the lead acetate to make its way down. All right. Twitch says it's going to be ad break o'clock again in about a minute. I am going to hang out here for a little bit just because I want to see this turn on. And then, as always, during the ad break, so that nobody misses anything interesting, I am going to step away for a second, stretch my legs, and refill my water. Take care of myself as a human being, and I recommend everyone else do the same thing for those few minutes of the ad break. And when we come back, hopefully this will be on. We'll have Antimony Pulp 2, and we will be ready to move on to other parts of red circuits. All right. Antimony Pulp 2. There we go. All right, and we should see... Yeah, these ones are turning on. These ones are turning on, but these ones aren't because the Antimony Pulp 2... It's all going to be buffered over here. Yep. And we don't make a huge amount of it per second, but we make enough. So with that, I'm going to step away for the ad break, and I'll see everyone in just a few. All right, welcome back. Thanks for hanging out through the ad. I really do appreciate it. Okay, I have already made zinc acetate. That's what I thought. It's still in my YAFC view. I generally try to... I erase things from these, like, big overview pages as I make them, which means that I should erase my... Well, I can't erase the silicon because of how I'm doing some stuff in this view, but... Did I make printed circuit substrate already? Is that happening? Yes, it is. Cool. Except we're not getting melamine resin. Melamine resin... Oh, it doesn't have formaldehyde, and that's this recipe here, which is waiting for circuits. Okay, yeah, that's fine. I forgot about that. How are we doing on lard? Getting closer to another delivery of it. Yeah. Alright, well, we're gonna have to figure out... Well, we're gonna have to figure out a lot of things. But... I think we might have to figure out another source of lard in, like, the short term. Because we are definitely struggling right now. I do make a bunch of Ulrichs. We could start rendering them. I don't know how good they are for lard. Oh, apparently I was flipping through lard recipes another time. There's also this brains to lard recipe. But, like, I don't want to start relying on this because we're gonna want fat brains real soon. And vat brains need brains, right? That's a thing. Maybe in the short term we could do it as a brain void rather than letting brains... Because I think right now brains are just spoiling, right? But, like, brains are actually backing up. Ooh. We're backing up on brains. I didn't realize that. Okay. So, yeah. We do have this set up to be able to void brains. So let's do brains into lard. Let's do it. Get rid of stuff from my inventory that I don't need anymore. So if we do brains into lard, what do we need this? Bioreactors. And what's the speed? Like... So we're going to bring in brains. We're going to say we want to bring in a belt of them. Doesn't really matter. We're going to turn those into lard in... Yeah, that's too many. It is apparently 1-to-1. Is it really? Yeah, 10 brains to 10 lard. Okay. So let's not do, like, that much. Let's, like, do, like... Eh? Let's do that. I like that one. So we'll get 12 bioreactors, and we'll set up a brain overflow that turns it into more lard for us. So we'll grab the bioreactors, and this is actually going to be pretty big in terms of stations. It's going to need 4 stations in total. Brain in, lard in, but also brains spoil to jerky, and lard spoils to biocrud. So we need to have the stations to manage those 2 byproducts as well. So it's going to end up being 4 stations. It's going to be another one of those builds that's like all train station and not at all. I think I do have plenty of bioreactors at least. Yep. On the way, 12. Beautiful. Bots will refill everything else while we're thinking about it. So hopefully this little side quest will get science running again, because large seems to be the thing that's really blocking us. And then we can... A lot of the stuff that we want to be doing for circuits, we don't have, like, researched yet. I do think we have... Yeah, we can do transistors, we can do microchips, we can do diodes, and we can do the printed circuit substrate. So we can start working on those things. And then once we actually finally get the electronics stage 2 research, we have to do all of these things. Have we gotten our bioreactors? Only some of them. Waiting for the bots to figure that out. And then we can go do this build. And hopefully this will help with the... again, help get science turned back on, because clearly lard is being a bottleneck right now. Where do I want to build this is the other question. It needs 4 stations, so it's hard to build kind of near other things. Again, I'm trying to do just like all the circuit components down here, so I don't really want to do that there. And ideally, I don't want to do it way in this corner, because we're going to spend so much time sending stuff back and forth that things will decay. So we might take it right off of here. Think we can fit another station thingy here. Hopefully it won't be a problem. And that's about as far to that side as we can go. I think at that point we have to put a right turn up. Go up here. All right, we got all that. What else are the bots bringing me? Should increase the landfill requests. Uh-oh. Yeah. I should double the landfill that we request. I'm not going to wait around for another 1,000 landfill, but just like for future. Yeah, I think we've got enough of everything here. So brains to lard, hopefully that fixes science. And then I really wanted to have this TRITS research done by now, because we're going to end up blocked on bootstrapping TRITS, I think. Which unfortunately is almost certainly going to push Red Science into not done today. Just because bootstrapping TRITS is going to take some amount of time, and I haven't even really figured out what that looks like yet. I did look at them, and I don't think I saw anything, like, complicated as far as, like, material requirements for bootstrapping them or anything like that. But it's just, like all alien life things, the TRITS are going to take a little while to get themselves started, and we don't really have... that just means that, you know, all the time that I've been spending doing all of this building, you know, it would have been nice to have had the TRITS started. I was hoping that lard would fix itself, or at least we would get enough lard through that it would get science running, but it's just slow. And, you know, everything having been blocked on brains is also not helping, it turns out. But we will at least get brains, brains no longer being a blocker. Alright, so solid drop-off right here. So you know what? No, I'll do it on this side. Doesn't really matter, but we're gonna have, coming out of this, these ones will be filtered to... Actually, you know what? No, let's not filter them here. Changed my mind. So this will come across here. Feed into our bioreactors, which make lard. This needs to loop back around and down, which means we need to probably do it more like here. Yeah, that's actually fine. So input priority right, then output priority will be filtered to jerky. So we'll recycle any of the brains that come through here. These guys are going to be on decayed first. This is a void for brains. And... not sure what happened there. Okay. So this will bring in brains. We'll feed them into here. Any jerky that comes off of it will go into this station here, which, of course, is too close. So all of this is to come over. Get that over. And there. Byproducts are always higher priority than anything we make intentionally. So that'll always be priority 1. So yeah, this will bring in the brains. They'll run. Any jerky goes out there. these guys come on up here. And then, again, any jerky that comes out of them that happens to, for some reason, because they can spoil in here, right? This needs 10 brains in it. So that will also come all the way back down here. Cool. And then we'll have the lard output. That needs to come to another solid pickup station. And then this is, because this is the output from a void, again, it needs to be higher priority. And then this, I need to change, because this can't be a direct thing. That needs to be a arithmetic combinator. That'll work. What you're going to bring in is lard times 1. You're going to output lard. Okay. So all this is, I'm just using this as a filter. There's probably a better way to do a filter. But if there's any biocrud in here, I don't want biocrud to show up on rails for this station. Only lard. And then here, I think that's right. These will be filtered to biocrud. So if any of the lard does decay here, we'll pull the biocrud off. That goes up into one more station. Again, byproduct outputs are high priority. So that should pretty much be it. My only question is, why aren't we getting brains? The answer is almost certainly that this void logic is set up wrong. There we go. Yeah, when I recombobulated this to filter this so it wouldn't put jerky in, I think I messed up the void filter. All right. So now that that's set up as a void, this should have a train that's been assigned that's going to go pick up a bunch of brains and bring them over here. Oh, there's one more thing I need to do. And that is that this doesn't work normally for things that decay. This needs to be that. Okay. And that way, if anything decays while it's being loaded on the train, it will be removed. Really, I should do this too. that should be this build. Rains come in. Beautiful, 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 beautiful. Perfect. That looks great. Aside from the fact that I need to take this like that. Have half of these feeding the other side of the belt. Okay. That, hopefully, will get more lard going. And hopefully that's enough to get science started again. I'm pretty sure lard has been the only thing backing up science right now. Yeah, see, this is what I'm afraid of. When this isn't running fast enough, and these guys are just like, brains gone. Yeah, when these guys aren't running fast enough, the lard decays before it even makes it out of here. So, that is bad. But hopefully with this thing going, this can make a lot more lard. Alright. Cool, that side quest is done. I've been steadfastly avoiding doing silver. So, all of these things down here I didn't really put in any particular order. But it looks like microchips and transistors are just the various... Well, there are a bunch of different inputs, but... oh no, but microchips need Surmet. Okay. Maybe we should do Surmet first, which I think I probably missed in this list of things. I did. Does that have any weird dependencies? What are we missing as far as that goes? Nope. It needs... Yeah, nothing weird. All right. Let's look at doing Surmet then. If we look at that in YAFC, it just needs steam, clay, molybdenum and nickel ores, which are a little funky, but whatever, we can bring those in, and a bunch of ash. And of course, lubricant. So let's grab the shopping list for that. Export that to a blueprint. And we will call this Surmet. Then we will add section Surmet. Yeah, this is moving and grooving. Okay. I should have done this a lot sooner. This should fix all of my lard problems. And then... yeah, do I have the rail to do this? Maybe. I should at least blueprint it. I'm going to blueprint this while I'm here. Is... getting all of this set up for where this is going to go up and reconnect on this side. And again, I'm not going to build all of it. I'm just going to blueprint it. Yep, right on the edge of the lake. So we didn't want to go much further than this horizontally. I don't need to build all of this right now, but if I don't let the bots build what I'm near, then they will never return to me, and I need them elsewhere. So I'm missing a bunch of bots, in fact. Oh, they're all the way down here. Yep, alright. Well, we might just make this whole thing then. I'll just let the bots do it. It's not that far. And it will need to get done eventually anyway. Hey, we have lard being loaded. I probably should have changed this to use stack inserters since we are... I guess I still could. Since we're loading at half speed, right? But other than that, do I have all my bots back? I have some of them back. Yeah, okay. Let's get out of here going like this way so we bypass what the bots are trying to construct. I just wanted that blueprinted so I had like an idea of sort of the overall shape of things and where they're going. I don't need it all built now. The trains have other routes around, right? So yeah, let's go grab the stuff we need for the Cermet build. Which again is not in here. I mean, I also missed diodes in this list, which I can currently do. So let's add them. And let's get rid of silver because I keep not doing it. We'll need to figure out silver in some way. Get it at least running minimally. Let me check something while I'm waiting for the bots to deliver. Lignin. Yeah. Maybe it'll show it here. Cellulose stage 2, lignin. No, it doesn't have a temperature requirement, so it's just the temperature requirement of the multipurpose cracker. Which, where do I have some of those lying around? Is there some up here? No. Of course not. That would be too easy. Are we out of silver already? We're out of silver already. Excellent. Well, that's all the ethylene glycol we're getting then. So yeah, we're going to have to do silver, unfortunately. I don't think I can avoid it. The Cermet... Do I want to put this down with electronics? I guess it goes down there. Don't see why not. Let's see. We should be finding right around here. Yeah. All right. So what does Cermet need for inputs? It has a bunch of solid inputs, a fluid input, and its own output. So it's just 3 stations. So I can do it here without needing to build a new station area. What I do need, though, is for the bots to get all of these trees out of my way. All right, so solid drop-off is ash, nickel ore, molybdenum ore, and coke. All right. And then, what's kind of the best order of operations here? I'm going to pull out ash there. Because it's slightly more than half a belt. So we'll just take a full belt of ash out. And that'll go into 3 high-pressure furnaces. To make the actual Cermet. And then they also need, 0.75 of the other thing. That'll come in here. We will have a belt, and that'll be the crude Cermet. which will come in. Actually, you know what? Let's do this. There we go. And then the crude cermet will come off of this station here. We will have our nickel ore and the molybdenum ore. And we are going to need a little bit of coke, too. But these will both come out here. Come up here. Crude cermet is 3 ball mills. These the same ratios? No. Oh, and this is actually supposed to be 4 of these. Oops. Let's grab the ball mills. Do these fit here? Oh, almost. That's fine to do there. Okay. Ball mills. 1, 2, 3. So yeah, these bring in... Looks like 2, 2, 2, output 1. And then we need ceramic to also be an input to these guys. So that'll be a long hand inserter and something like that. Ceramic will be 3 high pressure furnaces. 1, 2, 3. We're not using the version of this recipe with salt, right? Nope. The coke feeds the ceramic. What's our input here? 2.2 items. All right, I'll do 2. Do we need 2 inserters? Probably not, but it doesn't hurt to throw down an extra one. So the other side of this needs to be clay, which we will have. Good. Clay pits have a poop chute. That's what I thought. Seven of those, and they will need power. All right. Yeah, those will all turn on. How much clay is this? 4.6 a second. That all fits on one side of the belt, no problem. Oh, these pass steam through. I don't need this. Cool. I love pass-through pipes. We have, okay, there's the nickel ore. So let's grab a fluid station here. And we need to bring in the lubricant, which I think is going to be like our limiting factor on this right now until we get blue science and we get an upgraded lubricant recipe. We have a few bottlenecks in this red circuit production that are known, and I'm kind of building with the understanding that I have those bottlenecks. So that'll be the lubricant. And then I think how much ceramic do we have? 2.3 per second. That's fine. Well, 3 per second, really. Cool. Yeah, these guys should... Oh, we need the lubricant delivery first. That should have been dispatched. It was. Let's get our output of this done. 1, 2, 3, 4. Finally, we will have a pickup station here, collecting our, it's like 3 a second. It is a small quantity, but that is Cermet. Oh, it's 1.25 a second. I was looking at the wrong side. That is fine. So we're making like 5 a second of that. Beautiful. That one wasn't on the list, was it? It was not. Ooh, hey, we've gotten our... Oh, I never hooked up. Oh, well, I'm glad I looked in on this to see how it was doing. Let's see if we can figure this out so I can avoid the need for this extra set of... Although I guess we need it either way. Alright. That's fine. Cool. So that will be... What is happening? Oh! Where does the zinc acetate go? In these guys? Yeah. Alright, and this is stopped because it's not getting electronic grade silicon. Let's double check that that is just running and it just takes a while. And that appears to be the case, is that it's just running and it just takes a while. And that's fine. We expect our silicon, again, this is one of our bottlenecks, is converting electronic grade silicon into silicon wafers. So we expect that to be a little wonky. And then this is running, and this is basically catching up. It had a buffer of these wafers, because they are kind of... They're vaguely split according to the ratios of how many how many assemblers we have. So this one's just working through its backlog, and then it should catch up. I had a good time. Howdy. Good to see you. So, I think... Transistors, microchips, and diodes are the next things, and they have a lot of overlap in their inputs, so I'm wondering if I want to make them all together. Here, let's all look at YAFC while I'm thinking. Do we want to make all of them together? Because they all need the various silicon types. They need, 2 of them need cermet, 2 of them need nylon, 2 of them need tin, right? There's just a lot of the same stuff. Oh, microchips need tinned cable, so I should do the tinned cable build real quick. That won't take long. But yeah, these 3 things can all be done pretty much right now, I think. And then the only other thing... Well, here, cermet is done. We can get rid of that. The only other thing that we can do until research runs again is we need... we can do the printed circuit substrate and Bakelite and phenol and all that. Alright, let's get tinned cable done, because microchips needs that. And then I think I will do all 3 of these things in one kind of build, since they have a lot of overlap. They all need vacuum. So we'll want 5 electronics factories and a vacuum pump, or a pressure pump, for that. And then down here... For the... I said I was going to do something. Tinned cable. That is 10 automated factories. Okay. Every time I watch someone playing Pi that's further than I've made, I always amazed at just how much more complex it gets. Yeah. We're doing, like, real world micro, what's the word I'm looking for? Semiconductors here, which is ridiculous. We're really close to red chips. Oh, is that moving? Are we moving again? Hey, science is back! Yeah! Excellent. All right, we're gonna need 10 of these guys, I said, and 5 of these guys. All right, yeah, and these are running again, and they'll get split amongst the various cool. Oh, we're actually almost, like, backed up on some of these. Not this one, because this one hasn't been running as much. I mean, that's kind of good to see, but... Okay, so up to the mall, we're going to grab what we need for... like I said, we want to do a small tin, well, quote-unquote small, a tinned cable build. And then we should be able to do transistors, microchips, and diodes all in one place, all together. We are dangerously close to red chips. Well, 2 more techs after trits. And trits will also be another source of lard. Because I don't know, like, everything's running right now because we had a bunch of brains stashed, and we're turning a bunch of those brains into lard right now. I don't think that's going to keep up long term. So we do want to be still thinking about how we're going to manage lard longer term, and I think that's going to be the trits. All right, the bots have a bunch of stuff to bring me. Oh, and of course, Twitch is telling me that the ad is going to start in about a minute. So I think... Let's look at our to-do list and let's get organized while the bots are coming. We're going to do tinned cable early because we need that. For microchips, transistors, diodes, yep. Phenyl, bakelite, yep. What's nickel silicon used for? Why is it in my to-do list? Also MOSFETs, okay. And I think silicon carbide is also only used for MOSFETs? Yes. MOSFETs are going to be their own thing. But we'll add nickel silicon to the bottom. We'll add MOSFETs to the bottom. And then we need the substrate and then the circuit boards. Oh, I already had substrate 2 on the list. Never mind. Then it's red chips. Okay. We are super close to that. So yeah, the ad is starting. I'm gonna let the bots refill my inventory while the ad runs. And when we come back, we'll do tinned cable and then a bunch of our semiconductor projects. And I think I'm still missing a bunch of things in this to-do list, but we'll look at that when we return. I'll see everybody shortly. Welcome back. I was just looking through here and making sure I hadn't missed anything. And guess what? I think I missed something. Well, I'm missing cladding here for some reason. Maybe I'm already making this? But the other thing we're missing... Oh, this needs the niobium complex? Did I do this already? No. Where's my niobium processing? Niobium processing is up here. Niobium complex. Okay, so I'd have to get niobium complex. Shoot. There's always something that you miss. So yeah, we need niobium complex to be able to make cladding. And then glass core needs more sulfur. And that is, or not more sulfur, more silver. And that is worrisome. Silver and sulfur into my glass region is iffy. I probably can find a place for a station down there. But like, getting silver where we need it right now is always going to be a challenge. So we'll have to look at that when we get to optical fiber. Other than that, I think we've pretty much got, you know, everything here. MOSFETs on down is unlocked with the red chips tech. And then trits, of course, we want to be working on as much as we can as soon as they are unlocked. We want to be starting to get them bootstrapped, whatever we need to do for that. But for now, let's get tinned wire made. That is an easy 2-station factory. So let's see if I have a spot where I can make a 2-station factory. Maybe over here somewhere. Right here. 2 stations. Perfect. And then once we have tinned cable, like I said, I'm going to go do all of the other, everything except MOSFETs. As far as semiconductor stuff, we can do. So let's see, should be right around here somewhere. Yeah, why not? What am I doing here anyway? Nichrome. Sure. This will be a fairly low volume region. So solid pickup there. Solid drop off here. We're doing a big centralized tinned cable build, and we should move this one away from doing it on site as well. But basically, is that the only place I'm doing it on rails right now? Is there? Excellent. Excellent, excellent, excellent. I'm actually going to go up there, and I'm going to take that apart now. Not that one. Already lost it. Here. Yeah. We're doing this centrally because we're going to eventually switch over to making tinned cable with molten tin and molten copper. And that will be a more... And this can all go to normal request sizes now. So apparently I was doing something weird with this to try to get this to work with too many items in one... Whoops. All right. Let's go back to where we were going to do this build. Get ourselves all figured out over here. I am going to go ahead and make it slightly larger since... we also need to replace the machines that I just took apart from over there. So, copper plate into these guys. Down. Into... half a dozen of these. Making copper cable. And then this will come on down. We will have tinned cable. Yeah, 4 and 2. Okay. So same deal. Except we also need... Well, no, we can't do that. It's going to be like that. And then our output is 2 a second of the tinned cable. Cool. That was straightforward. Almost too straightforward, but... Normally, something this straightforward, I would not even bother to centralize, but since we can get really good upgrades that use molten metals in the future, I want to have the option to switch it out centrally. So, what am I missing? I'm missing power here. Nope. Up, right, up, right. I think that's it. Oh, I need to actually request copper plate and tin plate. This is going to use heaps of our copper and tin that we're making right now, which does have me worried. But we'll see how it goes. Worst case, we don't have enough copper or tin, and I need to expand it. Best case, I don't. So that's tinned cable. Done. Microchips, transistors, and diodes all together in one build is the next one. Let's, while I'm here, grab ourselves oh, that's a okay, yep, I see what's going on. There's a radar in an odd place up here because of the there's a fuel station there. Fuel stations have radars as part of their construction because I use the global radar circuit network for tracking my fuel availability. So this radar is messing up my radar grid. But there we go. All of this is in view now. And there should be trains dispatched. Yeah, we've got copper. It'll figure itself out. Off back to the electronics corner, where we can, I think, get all of the... Here, let's flip to YAFC real quick and make sure that we're set there. Pop tinned cable is done. So yeah, the only thing that these have as inputs is... Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 different inputs for all of these together. All right. So that might end up being 2 stations, but at least it's... Because so much of it is shared, I think each thing has like 1 or 2 unique inputs, but because so much of it is shared, it's going to be a bunch of weird routing of half a dozen inputs to these buildings, right? Okay, let's get that built. And I would be pretty happy with... We'll see how much further we can get. How much more energy I've got once we get these things done. It is getting close to my dinner time. But we are at the very least going to get microchips and all of that done. No question. I love how clean the circuit area has ended up being. Like, I've been able to really keep everything on this sort of 3-station grid. Which is very, very nice. All right, so we're going to have here... I guess basically 3 outputs, which I'll put on this side, which are our 3 transistors, microchips, and diodes, right? And then we have space for 3 input stations. But instead of doing them as... Well, maybe I will do just 1 station per thing. Maybe that is the better way to do it. Let's... I've been doing such a good job of keeping everything aligned in this area. Let's not screw that up. All right, so yeah, we're gonna have our 3 pickup stations. Maybe I do just build them all separate. And I forgot to get a pressure pump again, and this time I don't have what I need for it. That's unfortunate. All right, solid drop off. Here. I am just going to do them all separate. I changed my mind. This will be diodes. Diodes have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 inputs, which means that you cannot use one of these Gonna have to be a deposit. Which is also still not enough space. Okay, so yeah, maybe it is better to do everything together. How many inputs did I say we had in total? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All right, yeah, so we're gonna do them then. We're gonna have 3 input stations, because each input station can hold up to 4 inputs pretty safely. So that's what we're gonna do, is we'll have the 3 input stations, each requesting, like, different sets of things. So, like, this one is gonna request our 3 types of silicon. What is that? Heavily p-doped silicon. Okay, we don't need that yet. All right. So that's our 3 types of silicon. And each of those is needed in relatively small quantities. If we look at YAFC here, we need 3.2 per second of lightly p-doped, 3.2 per second of lightly n-doped, and a very small amount of heavily n-doped, just 0.6 a second. So... but those each all go to, like, different places. So what I'd like to be able to do is pull out, like, the right belts, and I think I can, for each of the factories. So what we'll have is... we'll do, like... actually... let's do this... like... that. So this will be lightly p-doped and lightly n-doped. And then heavily n-doped can come out its own thing here. And then this guy will need just a couple of splitters like that to get us to our 3 total potential output locations. And then I guess we just start pushing through. Let's get the next solid drop-off station. There it goes. So let's do transistors first. Why not? Nylon and melamine resin need to be requested. Oh, we're already out of blue inserters. Cool. All right, but the nylon and the melamine resin will come out of that. What are our quantities for those? 0.12 and 0.6. Okay, those are small. Nylon And melamine resin. So that'll go along with one of these and this. This will come down here. Make transistors, which is only one electronics factory, so that's easy. Transistors. Vacuum needs to come in. But basically it is... I mean, it would really like 2 inserters for each belt, wouldn't it? All right, that's all of its inputs, plus it needs vacuum, but we'll deal with that later. And then it will output, a second. Right to there. Beautiful. Next, I guess I'll do the diodes. Yeah, so let's add the rare earth oxides to this one. Oh, this can't empty correctly. That's fine. So we're gonna have nylon there and rare earth oxides. And then at the top one, we need to request tin plate and Cermet. And that'll be for diodes, tin plate 0.45, Cermet 0.6. Yeah, so that's fine with yellow inserters as well. So that'll come down. Oops. So diodes, yeah, 0.8, 0.8. There's those 2 inputs. And then we have this belt coming down here. This belt from here. And that'll be diodes. And then microchips are going to be more of a pain because I need 3 factories for those. So we're going to have to figure out how we want to layer everything and use long-handed inserters. But let's head up to the mall and gather... Well, here, let's throw this tin in here. And we are also going to need plastic bars. All right, let's head up to the mall. Let's grab a couple more stacks of blue inserters, because we're going to need them. Out of curiosity, does any of this stuff trigger... Nah. Down here... No. No. So... Yeah, I'm just seeing if we're going to get any other milestones today. I don't think we are. I think the only one would be optical fiber... But no, we need trits before that, and trits are almost certainly not happening today. I think trits are going to be the first thing on the to-do list for the next session, in fact. All right. Might we need some other stuff? Sure, I'll let the bots bring me other things. All right, let's put trits on the list. Let's delete that, and let's do it again, but add to top. We're gonna move them down. Put it there for now. So yeah, trits need moondrops, seaweed, saline water, filtration media. All right. All of this is fine. We can do all of this. It's going to be some hand feeding, but whatever. And the trits cubs need... Okay, they need sea sponges. I'm currently making sea sponges for science. I'm currently not making sea sponges for science. What happened? Oh no, it's good. It's good. It's good. It's good. We're just, we're stopped because it's full. So I don't know if this can be expanded. I don't know if there's another sea sponge recipe that we'll want. But otherwise, yeah, seaweed, tree seeds, moondrops, seaweed, tree seeds, moondrops, saline water. It's a lot of the same stuff, right? So trits don't seem that bad. They really don't. Which does kind of have me worried that, like, I'm missing something. Are their factories awful? They need heaps of glass. They need a lot of glass. Okay. Let's actually... Oh, here, let's figure out what we're going to need in here for optical fiber, trits. Yeah, full render trits. We're going to need 2 slaughterhouses full time, just for the photophores. And then How big of a build is that? Okay. 12 pressurized reefs. It's not ridiculous. Well, plus the cubs. I never actually like worked this out, so. And then moondrops on site. If I could use cheap moondrops, definitely moondrops on site. I really can't use cheap moondrops. I mean, Moondrop Mark II's has it down to only 14. That's manageable. So it might also be time to bootstrap Moondrop Mark II's. As much as I hate to say that. And then we'll do seaweed. Yeah, seaweed 2 is fine. We'll do limestone on site. Water pumping. Tree seeds on site. Wood. We bring in logs. Logs are what we ship everywhere. This needs moondrop seeds. Okay, maybe not. Moondrop recipe 1, I think, is a no-go. Moondrop recipe 2 only needs hydrogen. 3 needs a bunch of other stuff. How's Moondrop 2's? There we go. 18 of them. I will accept that. And then filtration media, saline water, and sea sponges are all going to be delivered. How much CO2 do we need? Is it worth doing it just from moondrops? Yeah, it's only 1 extra moondrop thingy. And then soil we get from the ground. Now what are our inputs? That looks better. Okay. And we need to process wastewater into urea. I always do that on site, and we export urea because urea is just a more useful thing to have shipped around than wastewater. Some year I might need one of the other things that you can turn wastewater into, but for now, urea. I think that's pretty good, and then our output is going to be the trits and urea, and then we'll set up trit full rendering, just like we have elsewhere, or just like we have for all of our other alien life critters. Cool. I think this is not going to be terrible. We do need to get pressurized reefs started, though, because those are expensive. So let's add that here. I'm actually going to say that it can build 2 stacks of them, because we're going to need 16. Usually I keep everything limited to, like, 1 stack around here. But since I know right away we're going to need 16 of those, I'll just let it build 2 stacks. I might change the limit afterwards if I remember. I probably won't remember. It'll probably be 2 stacks forever. Got 150 blue inserters. Hopefully this is enough for us to finish these semiconductor builds down here. I'm actually surprised this train did not get tagged as stuck, given how long it's been sitting there. But hey, whatever. And we're gonna need another output here. We're actually gonna do that. So that is 2 of our 3 things that we need built. And then the third one is unfortunately going to be... let's do it like that. Yeah, I think it was 3 factories for microchips. Yes. And I once again forgot to get the pressure pump that I need for vacuum. Ugh. Okay. Anyway, we'll take this out here. This will go across like so. And 0.66 of each of these in means... Ooh, that's like a blue inserter. Okay. And then we're going to do a red inserter out. Because I think that is straightforward enough. All right, so these need... plastic and tin. All right. Change this guy from cermet to plastic. What's the input on that? Plastic and tin, 0.33 and 0.4. Oh no, but we also need cermet. I lied. Let's just do cermet and tin then. We're going to do this identically to the other one. And then we'll have plastic and tin wire also coming up and over. That's fine. Actually, do I just take this right across here, change this to be... like this. All right. Because, yeah, these also are going to need the cermet. So that is just a yellow inserter from that one. And then we're going to have plastic and tin coming in on top. Or not plastic and tin. Yeah, plastic and tin cable, not tin. Tinned cable and plastic. And each of those is coming in what kind of quantities? 1.2 plastic a second and 2 tinned cable a second. So let's actually do this one. And then I'm actually going to take this output up, and we'll go through here. Except not right here, because right here is a chromium reserve. All right. All right. Think, besides needing a couple more deliveries, tinned cable, excellent, excellent, excellent. Plastic is already on the way. And this should actually be requesting another tin delivery. But tin is going to be pretty stressed right now because tinned cable just turned on and this as well. But I think that's it for all of these guys. We have no melamine resin. Is that a problem? Oh, right. We won't have melamine resin until we get the tech because we're blocked on the formaldehyde. That's right. That's right. And that's okay. That's expected. Other than that, do these guys have everything they need? Needs tinned cable and vacuum, tinned cable and vacuum. Heavily N-doped silicon and melamine resin and vacuum. I think heavily N-doped is just still accumulating and won't have, yeah. It won't have done a run yet. That's totally fine. Okay. I think we're looking good here. Let's grab whatever I need for a pressure pump. Iron plates. Okay. Is it faster to just go up to the mall, or is it faster to grab... I think it's faster to just grab iron plates. Assuming that I can remember where iron is. I think iron is just over here past glass. Yeah. And then the other thing that I was contemplating was... Ooh, do we have enough space here for a solid? We do. Okay. But where would I put the pickup station? I can't really fit a trumpet here, can I? No, that's like right over that patch. Oh, we can just barely squeeze a station in here. Okay, excellent. So I think we are going to be able to do the glass fiber, this glass core. We need to bring in 2 things and spit out the, we need to bring in 2 more items, which we'll manage to get right down here. And then we'll be able to get the output for the glass core right here. So I'm impressed that that is actually going to work. All right, let's go drop off the pressure pump so we get vacuum. We should make diodes. I think everything else is waiting for deliveries. But I will take seeing diodes go. Oh, and microchips. Excellent. Beautiful. All right, well, that is 2 of our 4 semiconductor products done. And one of them that is half done. Let's head back up to the belt base and see if we can find... see if we can start getting trits bootstrapped. I think that's going to be a big deal. How are we doing on concrete? What I should do, actually, is set up a... Oh, I had a couple. Programmable speaker. Let's see. If concrete is greater... Stop. Is greater than 160 stacks at 1,000 each. So if concrete is greater than... Show alert. All right. It would be nice to have a use for my concrete, but at least this way we will be alerted when this fills up, and I can go grab a bunch of it and throw it down somewhere in the base. All right, trits. Trits need cow DNA samples and crustacean DNA samples. So... start with cow DNA samples. And we need a Corlex Codex, which apparently I don't have in here. And I should have a little factory for codexes up here. Yeah. Oh, which has a bunch of trash in it. I'm gonna have to go deal with the trash in there. That is unfortunate. And then this needs Logi Science packs, which is too bad because... Alright. Oh, and I also need to get, like, all of these pipes figured out, don't I? That's saline water. We don't need that. This is that. And regular water. Alright, fluids are in. Vrock cocoons. I should have piles of cocoons somewhere. Well, those make cocoon Mark IIs. That's not what I want. Why and how are we out of water barrels? Well, I'll find some Vrock cocoons somewhere to bring to this. cDNA, good alien samples, and I will need Tritz codexes eventually. Oh, I can bring some Corlex codex over here. All right, let's go grab some Logi Science packs and some good alien samples. We're going to get both of those from the rail base. Good alien samples are up there. Okay. We are about a minute until the next ad break. I do run just one ad break an hour, just long enough to keep pre-roll ads turned off because I don't like pre-roll ads. So I do appreciate everyone hanging around through the ad break. I recommend stretch your legs, get some water, take care of yourself as a human being. Nothing interesting will happen on the stream during the ad, and when we come back, we will... well, I'll finish whatever I need to do to get the Tritz started, and then we'll go from there. Yeah, these guys are going to be awful, actually. Losing these is awful. Oh, I want to get rid of this weirdness. All right, well, we have some good alien samples at least. All right, we need cocoons. We're going to need the Tritz codexes. Yeah, I think I can actually turn off the Corlex and just make Tritz codexes up here. I don't think we need to be making any more Corlex codexes. We had spares. And down here, request Tritz Codex into there. While we're up here, let's grab cDNA. All right. So cow DNA samples are running. I guess I could switch this one over to the crustacean DNA samples, which need zippier codexes. If I just pick up all these generic Earth ones. All right, we are going to need... Well, are we going to need more zippier codexes? All right, welcome back from the ad, everybody. I've just been... working on getting everything over here that we need for the Tritz bootstrap. We've got the 2 types of DNA samples being crafted here. And the Tritz themselves just need the Vrock cocoon at this point, I think. We don't have to make a lot of Tritz. I was just looking at YAFC, and we need, well, 20 of them in total here. But, like, to make a Tritz cub, you only need 1 Tritz in a reproductive complex. So we only need, I mean, 2 of them, I guess, to start. 3 would be easier, 4 would be even easier, but, like, the quantity of Tritz that we actually need is fairly low. So yeah, I just gotta get Vrock cocoons fed up into there, which... Oh, this is Vrock cocoons. Cool. I knew I had them somewhere. And I can actually upgrade that. Lol. Because we have lots of rock Mark IIs. I may have let those go a little wild. So, yeah, we just need this crustacean DNA sample, and this is otherwise ready to make the first trip. Okay. Oh, sorry. Thanks for the heads up. What did we miss? I think I was just saying I found this... I knew somewhere I had a reproductive complex making rock cocoons. It was right here, because I needed them for another critter that I made at some point. So rock cocoons are in, and we just need crustacean DNA samples. This is running with rock Mark IIs, so we should be good. Yeah, as soon as we get this crustacean DNA sample. I'm gonna call that Trit's bootstrapped, though. The Trit's build itself is going to be big. I don't want to start that tonight. So, what else is on the to-do list that we can do? Not much until we get the rest of the tech up, actually. We're waiting for fine electronics to be able to do optical fiber. Which means that actually this can go above all of that. So let's flip back to YAFC. Hopefully I won't forget this time. We need to make... Bakelite is really the thing. Am I already making zinc chloride? I am, but it goes right in to making... activated carbon. Okay, so I do need to get zinc chloride. That was missing from my prerequisites here. Here, what can I clean off of this? Transistors are done, microchips are done, diodes are done. Let's look at zinc chloride. The question is, what does this need? I guess I hadn't decided if I wanted to do it on site yet or not. Oh, and also formaldehyde, which we're waiting for a tech, but it'll run eventually. Oh, and the way I have this set up is funky. I don't know if I like that, but it is what it is, so it'll prioritize making melamine resin before it dispatches any formaldehyde for anything else. Which is a little weird. Okay, so this needs zinc chloride, and if I make it on site, yeah, we just have to bring in a little bit of chlorine. The hydrogen loops in the zinc chloride, so it's really just chlorine in at that point. Okay, yeah, let's do that. I think that's fine. And that means that phenol, or phenol, needs to get done first, though. So let's, because, yeah, I can use this for a bunch of stuff. Let's allow overproduction, and we're going to set this to 4, because that's nicely ratioed. And then we can grab our shopping list, Quester chest. Let's put it outside of bot range. And I guess I will also do the one for Bakelite. That should do it for those 2 builds. How's this going? Ooh, almost our first one. Cool. So that should be able to make several of those. Like I said, we only need, like, I think technically 2 of them is enough, which seems very easy compared to some of the other alien life bootstraps that we've had, but I'll take it. All right, we're waiting for one more chemical plant, a few more. Hey, and there's our first trits. Excellent. That is pretty good progress. Ugh. All right, we got everything. We're missing 1 yellow inserter. I don't care about that. I want to do... I think I want to do phenol and Bakelite up here, because I've been doing a lot of random chemically stuff that isn't circuit specific up there. Yeah, Bakelite is used for a lot of stuff. So that's going to be a build that we'll have to expand at some point with random. So we won't pack it down with the circuit stuff. We'll do it up here where we have a bunch of others, like I said, just kind of random builds. So... oh, and this needs heat as well. What's the temperature required for this thing? 750. What's the maximum temperature of a burner? 500. Okay, so it does have to be a coal power plant. Which I don't have the stuff to make. We're gonna have to swing by the base and grab. I realized I missed heat in YAFC. So we will need 1 coal power plant added to our requests. Let's go back for that. And in YAFC, I should Make sure that we add that. Coal power plant, bringing in, yeah. So this is 1 station in, 2 stations out. That's fine. And then Bakelite will be... We'll have a fluid station in, a solid station in, and the Bakelite out. So that's also 3 stations. Okay, cool. All right, somewhere there should be a bot carrying a coal power plant to me. All right, we got it. I didn't see it happen, but it happened. So just looking at the sizes of these builds, the Bakelite is smaller, so I'm going to do the phenol on the right and the Bakelite on the left. So, yeah, log, sodium hydroxide, and coke. And should be fine. We don't have huge amounts of any of those as, like, actual outputs. Or inputs, rather. So this will be logs. Wood out. And then all the sodium hydroxide go to the same place? Of course not. That would be too easy. I need 5 biofactories making cellulose, feeding into 4 multi-purpose crackers. And what that makes me want to do, just for the sake of organization, we're going to do five of those, each feeding into their own multi-purpose cracker. What this does mean is that we're not ratioed correctly, so we are going to have to deal with... Ooh, biocrud. I didn't even think about that. Okay. Then I'm going to actually want one more DDC, too. Yeah. So this should all but eliminate the possibility to make biocrud, because we have very... Let's figure it out. Cellulose into lignin into phenol. All right. Yeah, so this makes 0.4 a second and feeds to this that takes 0.5 a second. So these are going to be slowed down, which is fine. We need to get sodium hydroxide into here, though. So this all needs to go up one more layer. And we'll bring in... Actually, if I do you like that... Two wood into each of these. All right. And then this will be the sodium hydroxide in. We will just make... We'll just make it a whole belt. Doesn't really matter. And what we will do is we will have... that feeding across, and one of these feeding up, one of these feeding down. Yeah. So then we just need steam coming in here. And then we'll need to get coal out. So there is still the possibility of biocrud in this, but it should be nearly impossible. And I know nearly impossible is not actually impossible, and I'm probably going to regret choosing not to handle it. But look how clean this looks. It's so clean. I guess if I wanted to handle it, what I would do is I would also pull these ones down. We would do... Whoops, that was not supposed to be a Control X. We do... Now... We do these still to feed through. And then we'd have outputs of biocrud. And then we'd feed through like that. And that would... Oh, and of course, we don't quite reach with power. Put here. There. And there, I guess. That should work, and that'll pull biocrud out. And then we'll have a solid pickup here for the biocrud. Not that I'm expecting us to generate much, but we'll put it here. All right. And then over on this side, we're going to put the coal power plant. Which I need to hook up to... There we go. Oop, stop. Do we really not have logs? That's not many logs. This is a bunch more, or do these ones only feed into something else? No, this makes logs too. Alright, yeah, we've almost got a delivery of logs. Alright, apparently I'm running out of logs. That's lovely. Okay, and output. Of course, we need another... Another solid pickup station. This one fed with the ash from coal power plant. And then because both the ash and the potential biocrud are byproducts, we want to... Oh, am I out of those? Oh, no, I just turned off my RoboPort. Hit the wrong button. I should figure out what that key actually is and disable it. All right, so this is just waiting for logs, and then we will have the phenol. How much do we make? 1 a second from each of these. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That needs to feed into the build for Bakelite, which really does need 3 stations. So now I'm kind of... Not accounting for the biocrud kind of messed me up here. What are my options? I can make this longer. Yeah, that's just what I'll do. Is exactly what I'm going to do. We have the space. I don't think I'm going to be building much else through this area, just because it's kind of in a funky... It's kind of a funky spot, right? We've got the lake right here, so like there's not going to be a lot that's coming up from this side. So I'm not too worried about this being a weird... shape. Oh, love it when things accidentally puzzle piece together too. That's always a delight. So actually I'm gonna send the ash down. And this one is gonna be our main output. Which means this one does not need to be high priority. The next one will be. Okay. So that'll be ash output. Up here, we've got some hydroxide input, some coke. I can throw in some logs while we wait for the system to really start. What is this? Oh yeah, it just wants that last DDC. And that's fine. Do we need that last? Yes, we do, because we're running the multi-purpose crackers and the DDCs slowly. So we do need the fifth one for this to actually run at the full capacity we need. But that's fine. We'll come back for that. Let's get Bakelite made. So we're going to start with fluid drop-off. Wait, am I making hydrogen chloride centralized already? Did I finally do that? Yes, I did finally do that. Okay. Does that change this? Yes, it does. If we go back in here, we're not going to make hydrogen chloride. We're going to bring it in. That means we have a hydrogen output now. Okay. So we bring in hydrogen chloride and formaldehyde, plus our solids, and we output hydrogen. Okay. Well, I'm glad I made this row longer, because we're going to need an extra output for this one, too. And we won't see this run fully until we have the tech done for electronic stage 2, because that gives us the formaldehyde recipe. Formaldehyde and hydrogen chloride. Formaldehyde and hydrogen chloride. So our next station is solid input. Oh dear. That is a problem. All right, well, if we take all of this, we just move it up a little bit, as high as it goes. I might have to fix that train by hand. Or it might come back when I do this. Nope, doesn't like that. Says no path, and that probably means that I put this too high up. Which means it's got to go there, maybe? Is that the highest I can do it? That looks like it should be able to route around now, though. Could be wrong. Free path? Oh, nope, there it goes. Now the question is, can I fit a solid drop-off here? And the answer is, yeah, kinda. But it's good enough for me. All right, so we need to bring in zinc. We need to bring in the phenol, and we need to bring in biomass. All right. None of this has run. Oh, I never got steam up. Ooh, 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 ooh. That would have been bad. Hurry up before all this cellulose decays. Well, it's going to decay in one of them, but the other ones should all be able to run now. All right. That is working delightfully. Okay. This goes here. So, yeah, we have 5 chemical plants that are going to take zinc out of here, which is how much zinc in total? 1.25 per second. All right, 1 inserter. Probably zinc chloride is something that I should centralize, but I don't really feel like redoing the other place that it's used right now. So we're going to see how long we can get away with this. But once we need to scale this up more, then we will certainly want to switch to a larger scale central build where it's easier to deal with the hydrogen byproduct and things like that, right? What does does this pull in? 0.25 zinc plates? Okay. And then we're going to have outputs, which I assume is also hilariously small portions. Yes. All right, so that'll be zinc chloride. And then we also are going to have the phenol. Actually going to do these guys. Second. Let's pull this one over here. Pull these guys over here. We're going to do that. Zinc plate. And then we need, yeah, because we need half a belt of biomass. So we're going to spit out the biomass, half of a belt right here. Oh, but actually that all feeds into only one high-pressure furnace. Never mind. That high-pressure furnace goes right there. Making bakelite. In that case, we don't need this either, do we? $7.5 plus 3.75 is 10, 11. All right. Yeah, this needs to go someplace else. Or this all actually needs to go a little bit higher is really what needs to happen. Or a little bit more to the left. Or both. Bakelite. All right. Formaldehyde will come in the top. That is fine. Over. All right, so this will do... Yeah, we need the zinc chloride to come through. And that comes in 1.25 a second. All right, so that'll be... I'll use 2 yellows for that. Is chlorine not... Oh, no, it's not. Oh, because I went over it with the zinc. Sure. All right, that's zinc chloride, so we just need to pull the hydrogen off of that and the bakelite out as well. So solid pickup for the bakelite out here. How much does this make? 1.25 a second. That sounds like one blue inserter right down to our station. Yep. And this is all stopped because we're out of wood. Yep. And this isn't going to get formaldehyde again until we get the tech for it, so that's fine. We just got to do the hydrogen out to a fluid pickup station. Ooh, that's a tight fit. But clearance is clearance. And then that needs to be a high priority output because the hydrogen is a byproduct. All right. That, I think, is going to be this build. So that was the last thing we need for printed circuit substrate 2. Unless I want to make phenolic boards separately. If we look at YAFC here, I had this set up to do phenolic boards as part of printed circuit substrate, but they are used for a couple of other things. Well, brakes. They're used for brakes Mark III. Which are going to get used for what? Mechanical parts 3, which are used for RTGs. Okay. They are used for a bunch of stuff, but not until, like, fairly late in the game. So do I want to make phenolic board a stand... I mean, I may as well just make it a standalone build, right? We'll have... I mean, we'll just have 2 stations, right? We'll have the inputs for phenolic board, and then we'll have the inputs for printed circuit substrate. Like, each of them is a 3-station build, so they will fit side by side on sort of one of the standard legs that I use. So 2 pulp mills, 3 PCB factories. We need 1 more destructive distillation column. How did I make that a 0? 1. All right, let's grab the DDC and get this built. And then, do I want to do the printed circuit substrate today before I call it a night? Kind of. How many trits do we have, by the way? That's a question that I could be asking. Oh, we have 6 of them. With, no more to come. Okay. So we need to put... Whoops, that needed to go at the top. So we'll do that right after PCB Substrate 2, since I've already got the stuff for PCB Substrate 2. 6 trits is fantastic for bootstrapping them, actually. So hopefully that will go relatively quickly for us when we do that. That will be next time, though. I think I am I'm going to call it here. I'll do the PCB substrate and the Trits build next time. And then as we get the rest of the techs, we'll be able to push through the rest of red chips. But I think we're doing good. We're keeping up with the tech on the way to red chips here. And then once we have red chips, we start to unlock, well, we probably want to grab logistics too, even if we don't. Do we need red belts yet? I feel like we're not dealing with anything in super high quantities. But, you know, on the way to chemical science packs, the next big set of things to do is going to be nuclear processing. And, like, it's one tech, but it is so much more than one little thing. Because this is all stuff that decays, and we have to balance a ton of these nuclear isotopes. So this should be super interesting to sort through and figure out how we're going to do it all. And I am looking forward to that when we get there. And then for blue science, I'm not even sure. What else is sort of on the way? I mean, obviously, we're going to have some new alien life things. We have some new... Yeah, small parts stage 2, the advanced small parts. These are going to be awful. Electric engines, yeah. So there's a lot to do on the way to blue science, but this feels much more approachable than the path to to Pi Science 2 was. All right, well, thanks very much, everyone, for tuning in, and thanks again, Raiders, for hanging out. I do really appreciate it. If you're watching this on YouTube, thanks to you as well. And if you're on YouTube and want to watch live, there's a link to my Twitch down below in the description. Thanks again, everybody, and I will see y'all in the next one. Let's stop the recording.